Hola, bien. Uy. I knew it. No, it's fine. Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon. I will ask you to take a seat and we will begin. All right. Can we start? Yes. So thank you so much for being there today. We are here to celebrate, to close 3 years of work of the task force in multilingualism in Circle U. For those who do not know what Circle U is, it's an European university, so 9 universities, and they are listed in the program that has been held to you. And today you will hear about the recommendations of this work group on multilingualism for the next phase. Why I'm saying next phase, it's because from now we've been in a pilot phase of 3 years, and this pilot phase will end at the end of the month, the 31st of October. But the good news is that the work on multilingualism will go on from 1st of November. And we want not to lose all the work that has been done, not to lose the people that have been there. And that's why this moment for us is very, very important to show what has been done and to try to continue. Right? So thank you for being there. Thank you for people seeing the conference online. And now I would like to present you our BSDN International Relations at the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities here in Paris Cité. So please, Julia Mote-Baumbol, the floor is yours to welcome Circle U partners and other participants. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yeah, are you? Yes? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to welcome you today at Université Paris Cité and to host our Circle U friends and all of our esteemed partners in this momentous event called the European Universities as Actors in Multilingualism, Think and Do Tank event. We all gather here today because our alliance firmly believes that language competencies, they lie at the very core of constructing the European education area. These skills are not only essential for facilitating mobility, fostering cooperation, and nurturing mutual understanding across borders, but these skills are also indispensable for the overall well-being, peace, democracy, and prosperity in Europe and across the globe. In light of these imperatives, the Circle U Think and Do Tank has diligently, over the last 3 years, worked focusing on 2 pivotal themes. Firstly, our objective was to integrate sustainability into all aspects of education, equipping our students with skills that would serve them in addressing the complex challenges of our transforming world. Sustainable education can be a catalyst for change, provided we establish a common understanding with sufficient clarity and evidence. Another objective of our Think and Do Tank was to regard multilingualism as a valuable resource. Proficiency in more than one language promotes a globally oriented education. We at the Circle U, we share the ambition of having all of our students master at least 2 foreign languages, while also recognizing the significance of their mother tongue as a part of their multilingual repertoire. Here at Université Cité, languages and interculturality, they lie at the very heart of our mission. They thrive within our various faculties, each committed to promoting multilingualism and through our extensive range of academic programs dedicated to the study of languages. Our university has also recently embarked on a significant initiative in the realm of language learning, involving first a comprehensive review of our language programs and also the establishment of an interdisciplinary language working group. This group is dedicated to unifying and harmonizing the existing resources from the former Université Paris-Descartes and Université Diderot. These universities have since merged to form our new university, Université Cité. So in this ongoing process of reshaping Université Cité, we find ourselves at a juncture where we are actively determining a comprehensive language strategy and action plan in this domain. So it is for this reason that the findings and insights of the Circle U Think and Do Tank, especially regarding multilingualism, they arrive at this wonderful and opportune moment to be heard and to be incorporated in the fabric of Université Cité. So in light of these considerations, today's conference has a twofold purpose. First, to provide an overview of the work undertaken by the Circle U Multilingualism Group, and second, to engage in discussions with other experts regarding the group's recommendations concerning language learning, multilingualism, and of course, intercultural understanding and in higher education. As we stand now, today, on the precipice of this significant moment, it is both a conclusion and an opening to new horizons for our alliance. We are very optimistic about this new horizon and the continued growth and prosperity of this working group. I wish you all an engaging and fruitful discussion, and I thank you again very much for your presence here and online. Thank you very much for staying with us, and have a very nice afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, for your opening words. Well, as you know, multilingualism is a complex concept, and we should go outside the academia to see what non-academic actors are doing with it, how they address multilingualism. And for this reason, I am very happy to have today with us Sarah Tourneur. She's scientific advisor of the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research, and also François Arnaud, translator at the European Commission. I will ask you to come here. If you want, François, you can sit here and wait for your presentation. And Sarah, you can speak from here. Sorry. And here you are. And I will give you the control. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this day. I was very excited, especially as... is that working? Yes. Very excited because I am obviously part of my own institution here at Paris Cité, and I'm also an alma mater of King's College London. So that's already 2 out of I don't know how many, but I'm very pleased to be here. I'm also representing the Directorate General of Higher Education and Employment at the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. And the Director General, Anne-Sophie Barthez, would have liked to have been here today, but she was otherwise engaged, but really supports Circle U. And of course, we really support the European alliances, which are very, very precious to us. So for us, all world languages, sorry, I'm just going to adjust my thing. Yeah, so for us, all world languages are of the utmost importance in the vision we have of higher education institutions. Having a language policy as part of the strategy which higher education institutions are asked to define in France for each new contract with the state. And this engagement to provide language classes for students, both national and international, as well as for administrative staff and faculty, is in a sense the litmus test for both international visibility and employability. The professional insertion of students into the job market is, of course, paramount in all of this. France has traditionally always tried to safeguard its world languages, and we're still doing very, very well in Europe in terms of the number of languages that we can offer in general in our establishments. Those world languages, even the rarest, are often kept alive through innovative courses. And there are also medical studies mixed with languages, for example, African or Oriental languages, which allow people to work in the humanitarian sector. So there's constant changes afoot in that domain. Many studies have shown that languages greatly increase chances of employment. Bilingualism and multilingualism also create pathways in the brain which helps with maths and science. Okay, it didn't really work with me, but that's somehow known to be true. And indeed, monolingualism comes at a cost. I was reading an article recently which talked of the cost of monolingualism in the UK, which is estimated at billions a year because of a lack of understanding of others, loss of team cohesion, the need to outsource, the loss of contracts. So it's interesting to see that Spanish, Mandarin, Chinese, French, Arabic, and German are all among the languages most urgently needed in the UK. But there is something more, obviously, than simple productivity and employability. Something more fundamental and more important concerning the interaction of the individuals who make up our societies. We can ask why a language is so powerful as a means of boosting personal and societal well-being and optimizing fulfillment in our relations with others. So languages do something. I'm just going to move that on. Languages, in fact, do something to us. And I just came across this image, which I like very much, because it shows the way in which what we speak out also goes inside and then becomes part of our being. So that, for me, the word languages is linked to diversity. So the words we use are never anodyne. They change what we think and what we do. Jacques Lacan tells us that we are spoken by language rather than speaking language. The words we speak or the use, the words we speak or use change our attitude and our mental makeup. Knowing different languages allows us to see the world from a different perspective. When I speak French, for example, I'm a slightly different person from when I speak English, because the lexical fields, the syntax, the idioms and metaphors used each day in each language all reposition me in a different cultural mindset. so that switching from one to another creates an understanding of the fact that languages themselves behave differently. So one day I'm the person who says in French, "Ce n'est pas faux," and sometimes I'm the English person who says, "How true." So words are essentially performative. They are a call to action and indeed stimulate action. Hate speech, as we know, can lead to hate action. Diversity of language leads to a diversity, of course, in both thought and action, and an awareness of other standpoints and a flexible self-positioning towards others. To include other languages, other vocabularies into our lives means starting a chain reaction, which lifts us above our cultural habits and allows us to see them clearly as an outsider would. This, of course, begins with our own language and the use we make of our own mother tongue. It's always really interesting to think about people and the use they make of their own language and whether they get the best out of it or not, or whether they can indeed get the best out of it. It's not just a question of agency and a sort of volonté, but it's sometimes culturally programmed that we can't make the best out of our own language. Now, what I would say, of course, is that we can use our language in a rigid or reduced way, or a porous and inclusive way. We can open ourselves up to new words and new ways of saying things, ways of thinking things, or we can close ourselves down. Acquiring a foreign language further pushes out the borders of this openness to the world. Linguistic diversity has been linked to biodiversity, where languages and dialects disappear where languages and dialects disappear along with biodiversity. Certain plants or animals, in particular, are lost when communities lose their languages, because communities name those flora and fauna in a certain way, and as each disappears, so the other disappears. So there's an extraordinary link there. And many studies have further examined this link between language and environment and even climate. When someone says that climate change is just the weather, there is a linguistic as well as an ideological refusal at play, which of course are interconnected. So one of the very exciting things about following the French university alliances, which I do very regularly, is to hear what they say about the effect of the alliance on the inner workings of their own university. All of the partner universities say that being part of this pan-European union of universities opens staff, students, and administrators to new ways of saying and doing things, both in terms of governance and the creation of joint courses across partner institutions. So that new languages means new mobilities, and that mobility can be geographical, which is fantastic because we all want to boost our mobilities into our institutions and outside. But it's a mobility which changes, of course, many things. The new French graduate schools, which are very much turned to the international scene, often work in tandem with European alliances to create an international research-intensive outlook. French members of alliances nearly all say that multilingualism in general is boosted by their membership, and also within the university there's a huge change among those exchanging with each other in other languages, or even indeed in French, in their own language, because it creates a new atmosphere, a new culture in which horizons are broadened. And I would say that the exchanges of administrative staff who can now go and work in partner institutions has a huge effect on our internal structures. So to finish then, Circle U is a particularly stimulating alliance, all the more so because of its extraordinary ability to federate across cultures, countries, academic systems, as well as regional business and industry. And it creates, indeed, new paths, which means, of course, innovation in all kinds of walks of life, whether it's in the private or the public sector. Online language learning and the connection of language centres is just one extraordinarily inspiring initiative. Not easy, I imagine, but obviously something which is going to really be a motor for Circle U in the future. At the heart of these initiatives is an attachment to the values of inclusion, diversity, and of course, diversity, whether it is racial, cultural, or gender-based. So a last little thought, multilingualism reflects a multiplicity of orientations, and languages means diversity of thought, which is a powerful tool which we desperately need for empathy and cooperation in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for sharing your thoughts with us. Actually, you will see that they are very much in line with the conclusions and the mission and ambition of the Think and Do Tank. And now, François, Arnaud, we would like to know how you address the issue of multilingualism from the European Commission, from the DG translation. So if you want to share with us your ideas, I will just get ready your presentation in a second. Yes, here you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Et puisque nous sommes en présence de représentants du gouvernement français, je vais quand même faire un petit effort dans le multilinguisme en me présentant en français avant de prendre la parole en anglais. Donc je m'appelle François Arnaud, je suis traducteur depuis peu à la Commission européenne. Avant cela, j'étais attaché de presse pour le Parlement européen. Et je travaille à la représentation en France de la Commission européenne à Paris. Okay, so I chose a quote by Umberto Eco, "The language of Europe is translation," for my presentation today. Because really one of the EU's founding principles is multilingualism. And for various reasons, multilingualism allows us to communicate with citizens in their own language. It allows us to protect Europe's cultural diversity, and it also is the goal that we are trying to achieve in order to promote language learning in Europe, for all the reasons which Sarah mentioned just before me. And really, the European Union has an approach to multilingualism which is unequaled by any other international organization. I think the United Nations has, is it 5 official working languages? The European Union has 24. And the coexistence of these 24 official languages is perhaps one of the most distinctive features of the European project towards integration, and a powerful symbol of the European Union's aspiration to be united in diversity, unis dans la diversité. So it's not only an expression of the member states' various cultural identities, but it also, within the workings of the European Union political and legislative processes, it helps to preserve democratic accountability, democracy and transparency towards our citizens. And in fact, the obligation to respect linguistic diversity is enshrined in the EU's Charter of Fundamental Rights. EU citizens have the right to use any of their 24 official languages to communicate with the institutions, and the institutions must have an obligation to reply to them in the same language. As you might know, a legal act is not officially binding until it has been translated into all of the official languages of the European Union and published in the official journal. Meetings, so the political meetings of the European Council and the Council of the European Union, the European Council being the heads of state and government, and the Council of the European Union being the ministers of the member states, are interpreted into all official languages, as are the European Parliament's plenary sessions. So members of the European Parliament have the right to use any official language when speaking in Parliament, and are encouraged, so to speak, to express themselves in their member state's language to represent their constituents. So practically, how does multilingualism actually work every day in the institutions? So I'm sorry, my presentation is not going to be as, I don't think, as intellectually stimulating as Sarah's. So I'll be quite down to earth here in terms of numbers and processes, procedures within the European Commission and the European Parliament. So if there are 24 languages, that makes 552 linguistic combinations, 24 times 23, since each of the 24 languages can be translated into the 23 others. So that obviously requires quite a significant workforce. In the European Commission, where I work, the Directorate General for Translation is responsible for the translation of documents. The DGT, as we call it, so Directorate General for Translation, employs approximately 2,500 translators and their assistants. There's also quite a significant amount of outsourcing, which is entrusted to contractors. And the approximate amount of output is estimated at, I think it's over 2 million pages per year, which makes DG Translation quite possibly the largest translation service in the world. And that comes with a cost, which is approximately, again, 330 million euros per year, which is obviously a vast amount when you look at it that way, but it actually amounts to about 60 cents per EU citizen per year, which I'm sure you'll all agree is not such a high price to pay for a multilingual European Union. In the European Parliament, 700 translators put out approximately 100,000 pages per month. The European Parliament has the obligation to put out all of its communications works in the 24 official languages. You'll very often find, for instance, that on the European Commission's website, some of the press releases or some of the articles are only available in certain EU languages, obviously English, whereas on the European Parliament's website, the articles will, perhaps later on in the in the working week, but they will always be translated into all of the languages. So the European Parliament, because it's constituted of members representing their national constituencies, really does have a very strong attachment to working in full respect of multilingualism. But as I hinted at, and in practice, and this is something that we could obviously talk about in great lengths, especially here in Paris. In practice, many of the internal meetings, which that's a bit of an understatement, many of the meetings are held in English. A lot of the internal communication is carried out in English. That's been even more the case since 2004 and the great enlargement to Central and Eastern European countries. I mean, this is something that we could talk about for the rest of the afternoon. Perhaps I'll just leave it at that. So outside of the institutions and outside of our meetings and our internal procedures, how does the EU promote multilingualism in the member states? Well, first of all, it's a fact that approximately 1/3 of adults in the EU member states only speak their mother tongue. They do not speak any foreign languages. Another third mastered 2 foreign languages, and only 1/5, 1/3 do speak a foreign language, and only 1/5 speak 2 foreign languages. And as Sarah was saying, with the example of the UK, that leads to detrimental economic consequences. In the European Union, and with the European Union's objectives in mind, language competences are, of course, indispensable for mobility. I think Natalie was talking about that earlier. Cooperation between member states, of course, and mutual understanding across borders. I mean, goes without saying, these are the objectives that lie at the very heart of the European Union project. However, the EU does actually only have limited influence over national educational and linguistic policies. I won't give you a lesson on European Union treaty law, but education is not a competence of the European Union. The education remains the responsibility of the individual member states. So the European Union can try to influence, can try to encourage cooperation, but it can't legislate. But some of the things that we do. Well, the European Commission cooperates with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development on a program which you've probably heard of, PISA, a program for international student assessment, and specifically on the foreign language assessment module, which measures the language skills of 15-year-olds within all of the OECD member states, so allowing to compare, exchange best practices, and and allowing member states to sort of take stock of where they are in the development of their students' linguistic skills. Another interesting project that the European Commission works on with the Council of Europe is providing training and resources for schools to support the integration of children who come from migrant or refugee families. Obviously, in order to do well at school, you need to master the language which is being spoken by the teacher in the classroom. Very often, these children come to their host country not speaking the language, and so the European Commission and the Council of Europe are trying to help to support schools in offering that help to children and giving them that extra help that's needed to acquire the national language. Only recently we celebrated the European Day of Languages, which is an initiative of the Council of Europe, but the European Commission is very much involved in. Every 26th of September, various activities, events, conferences, celebrations are held throughout Europe. Here in France, we organized La Dictée Multilingue for all of the schools in France. We recorded videos in English, Italian, German, and Spanish, and encouraged schools to give the langue vivante. Teachers in the collège and lycée of France to give these dictations to their students, and we're very much happy to see that every year it's a very big success. We have hundreds of participating schools. But of course, I think you'll all agree that possibly the biggest success of the European Union in terms of promoting multilingualism and cultural understanding between nations and amongst young Europeans is the Erasmus program, renamed the Erasmus Plus program, because it's been extended to apprentissage and it's been extended to other schools aside from universities. Erasmus has a budget, an ever-increasing budget and currently it's 26 billion euros. We're celebrating the program's 35 years. 33 countries are involved, and in the 35 years of its existence, over 12 million people have studied. Oh, sorry, I'll call it a typo. Over 12 million people have studied in a foreign country and improved their language skills. And I think it's also estimated that over 1 million babies have been born to Erasmus couples, which I'm sure you'll all agree is quite a significant contribution to international cooperation and cultural diversity. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll pass the floor to the next speaker.
Merci beaucoup, François. Merci de nous offrir cette vision au niveau européen qui est si importante pour nous. Now, I will call for three special speakers. They are coming from 3 different universities outside Circle U, and they are part also of 3 different alliances. I will ask you, the 3 of you, to come here. Elisa, you will be the first one, so if you want, you can go in the presentation place and get ready. So Elisa Corino, she is coming from Università di Torino, and she is part of UNITA Alliance. And this is your presentation. Up. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for wanting me here. So first of all, to the organizers and to all your alliance. So what I'm going to do now in the next 8 minutes, let's say, okay, is to present you basically an experience, what we have been doing for the last 2 years of UNITA. We are more or less at the same point as you are, switching to the second period, okay, of life of the alliance. And wait, like this, okay. So just kind of coordinates, okay? Just for you to understand what kind of context we are working in. So UNITA is, subtitles is Universitas Montium, which is, okay. Well, at the moment, okay, in the first round there were 6 partners, which share a common background, logistical background. I mean, all the universities, as you can see from the chart, from the graph, the map, are universities who are placed in cross-border regions. Okay, so here is Turin, basically. It's Piedmont, so it's the feet of the Alps, and Chambéry, Pau, Saragossa, Covilla, and this way is Timisoara, okay? And these are all universities who share not a common language, but a common heritage, linguistic heritage, which are all speaking Romance languages, okay? This is a huge shared feature for us, which is not basically something that other alliances have. This is a strength because we are speaking French, Italian, Romanian, Portuguese, and Spanish, okay, so related languages. And our multilingualism then is based on intercomprehension and the use of Romance languages to communicate, along with English. Of course, we don't just cut out English. English is a lingua franca for everyone, but we do have this kind of treasure of Romance languages we want to enhance and promote, okay? The objectives of multilingualism at UNITA are the ones of promotive, active multilingualism, of course, among students, staffs, and citizens, and develop also the attractivity of Europe in higher education institutions, and to boost inclusion through the use of local languages, okay? And when I'm speaking about local languages, I'm not just talking about Spanish, Italian, and all the, let's say, official languages, but also dialects, okay? And minority languages, which are still spoken in cross-border regions, in the mountains, okay? And sometimes it happens that people there do not know English, but they are proficient in a dialect. And they can communicate, they start communicating in a language which is not the lingua franca we all shared. We all share, and we are sharing now, okay? So this is the principles, this is the idea, okay? Do we all know what comprehension is? Yes, more or less, okay? Speaking each language, but we can understand, okay? Developing skills and strategies, okay, to produce a comprehensible message and to understand the comprehensible message, okay? So what did we do? It was not easy at the beginning, okay? Because intercomprehension is a methodology which has been developed over the last, let's say, 30, 40 years, more or less, okay? But it's something that has to be trained, okay? And we did not have the trained people at the beginning, okay? Just one university, which was in Turin, we had people who were dealing with multilingualism at that level. I mean, giving intercomprehension courses and building syllabi on intercomprehension. So the first thing was this one, to develop a course for trainers. In the first period, the first 6 months, we spent the first 6 months training our colleagues. And we developed in that a kind of syllabus that we are now repeating over and over for anyone who is interested in becoming a trainer, a teacher of intercomprehension. It's a 50-hour course with a trainship, kind of micro-teaching, where people really try out how to manage, how to deal with a class, plurilingual class in intercomprehension. Once we had the teachers, we started developing courses, okay? So basically we are here, okay? And we started with institutional courses, so courses which were integrated in the curriculum, where we could squeeze in some kind of course in intercomprehension. We did it. Along with another course, which is this one, which is kind of a MOOC, okay, with 3 ECTS, which is on a platform, okay, so students can do this autonomously. And we use this course for students who want to add some 3 ECTS to the curriculum, but also in other courses as a flipped classroom where people start acquiring some skills and then they come to the classroom and they already know what the theory is, okay? So trainers did the courses, and we also developed this kind of module here. This is also used for what we call the BIP, the blended intensive program. Do you have BIPs in your, yes, I suppose so, right? So we also created a BIP in intercomprehension. The first part, the blended part, is the autonomous course, where we also have some meetings, but students do this, the modules, autonomously. And then they come in presence and they have the intensive course. Who are the... Okay, these are some numbers. This is not really updated. This is last year. We still have to count this year. But you can see some of the courses, okay? So we have the first one, okay? These are labs. This is the training for trainers. IC for mobility students. That means students, Erasmus students, so students who are going to have a mobility program, to participate into a mobility program. They can have a 30-hour course beforehand, meeting the other students from the other universities all together, okay, starting to communicate with other students. And this is also a way of promoting intercultural exchange, because students meet online, they do tasks, they perform tasks, they have the training, they speak other languages, they have contact with other students, and they get to know other students coming from the country they are traveling to. So they can ask about accommodations, leisure activities, whatever. And then we have this kind of what is called rural mobility. So students go into a rural area for 3 weeks and having this kind of short mobility program. And the COILs, okay? So COILs are basically different universities giving the same course at the same time. Okay, intercomprehension course in Turin, intercomprehension course in Chambéry, intercomprehension course in Timișoara. Once a week, they meet together online and they have this kind of general course where they really can experience they have this kind of real multilingual experience in intercomprehension is not fake, because they really hear people talking Romanian or French or Spanish, and they can communicate, performing tasks together. Who are the receivers, so the targets? They're not only students, because we started with the students, but then we just spread out the word, and we started giving courses also for university teachers, okay? So for our colleagues. And this is to promote new, well, good practices, teaching good practices in communication skills, okay? So students who are dealing with Erasmus classes, they should develop certain communication, well, good practice or skills actually, okay? Sometimes they are difficult to understand for students. Even if they are proficient or they have a B2 level in a language, maybe not C1, but a B2, they struggle, okay? So teachers are also trained to do that. And, oh, I didn't put it here, I completely forgot, sorry. And staff, okay? So, students, teachers, and staff. Why staff? Because I think it's also, we will probably be discussing this also in the second part of the afternoon, but one of the problems with the staff is that not all the people there in administration are proficient in English enough to communicate with the others. Okay, they don't feel at ease, so they maybe there are glitches and there are problems in communications. So we train them in intercomprehension, and they started, after a while, they start writing emails, for example, plurilingual emails. Okay, they start, for example, in Italian, they do a part in English, and when they do not feel safe or do not feel confident enough, they switch again to another language. And in that way, communication flows better. We have some figures which I don't have time to show you now, but actually people are more confident in speaking to other countries. Of course, we all speak the same language of Latin origin, but this is the fact, okay? So staff, and then of course we are spreading out to schools, okay, to the lower levels, to high schools. We just, with students, with our students, we go to schools and have some kind of projects on multilingualism coming from the university into high school level, basically, okay? We also have developed some serious games in intercomprehension, like role plays and escape rooms, okay? That have been brought into schools and have been used in the training and in the, let's say, work around, okay, intercomprehension. Okay, so basically, yeah. So our experience is the proof that multilingualism can be done, can become a reality, and it doesn't mean that we forget about English, because English is the most romance about the Germanic languages, okay? So it can help. Okay, it can serve as a starting point, and this mixture of different codes also develops different skills in soft skill training, okay, because people who get trained in communicating with other people, in paying attention to details, attention to details in their language, choosing a word, for example. If I say like something like capire, in Italian, capire is not something which is not transparent. But if I say comprendere, well, comprendere, you can understand it, because you have comprendre, comprender. Huh? In Romanian, it's not really the same, but they have some kind of synonyms, okay? So they just develop, they open up their minds, and they just develop kind of different view of the reality in also intercultural way. And this is what the students, the teachers, and all the staff members who have been trained in this kind of methodologies have said over the last 3 years. So this is the experience. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them later, okay?
Thank you, Elisa, for sharing with us the work in intercomprehension. We've been mentioning this word so many times in Circle U, and of course for us will be tricky because we don't have only Romance languages. In any case, I can tell you I learned about this word quite late, but I'm quite familiar with it because I can tell you how strong my parents, they are Spanish, okay? They are so strong with intercomprehension. They don't speak foreign languages, but I've been with them in Italy, in Portugal, and every time I'm amazed of the conversations that they can actually, you know, have with people that they cross in the street, in the bars. So, of course, it's something that we should look at. Teo Marinis, or Joe Anguri, as you wish. So, yeah, Joe, if you want to join us, Joe, she's professor of applied linguistics at the University of Warwick, and she's also academic director of education and internationalization, and you are also in an alliance, Utopia. I know that you've been very active in multilingualism. You have kind of an online community, that's right. So if you want to explain a bit more, yeah, about what you are doing in Utopia, I will just open your presentation. And here it is. Up.
Do I need this? Can you hear me?
I think that you need it for people online.
All right,
yeah.
okay, I need it. Okay, I tried to escape holding it, but it's all right. Well, thank you very much. I will try and keep an eye on time and be very brief. Thank you for the very kind invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to be together and to exchange good practice. What I think is already comes across very strongly is our collective commitment to multilingual pedagogies, which in my view is a commitment to multilingual society. And the question, of course, is how can we make it happen and how we can join forces in order to build on all the good experiences, everything that works, and address all the challenges. And we know that really creating safe, open, empowering linguistic ecosystems, which is the approach we take, is something that requires the effort of a number of stakeholders. The European University Alliances are certainly central. I strongly believe we have a moment for pedagogic transformation and educational change, and if we miss it, I don't think it will come back. So what I'm very much hoping is that we can really join together and to really think how we can actually make a difference. Multilingualism is very much central for Utopia as well, and the educational model that we have piloted during the first phase and now the main part of the Alliance. And I'm going to say a few words very briefly about this educational model and also one of our connected learning communities, which is on multilingualism and diversity, and very briefly share what we do. I have echo. Can you hear echo as well? Yeah, okay.
They put the volume
okay.
older, but
Okay, is that better? Yeah?
yeah.
I still hear myself, but anyway. Okay, so let's start. So this, I'm referring to the work that we mainly did with one of our learning communities that has been with the Utopia from the start, has been one of the learning communities of the first round, and this is the team of us in the education, the central education team. And my role has been and still is the curriculum development of the alliances in our educational model alongside the colleagues who have been the team for the pilot, and most of them are still involved in the main phase in different capacities. For everything I say, a lot of information is available online, so I will try and fast track just to show you how I think we can move from multilingualism being a desired priority to actually being a reality for all our students and of course our universities and the relationship we have with society. So in a utopia, the model we take is to really build on what is already in place, and instead of creating new or different, to actually really find ways to add value on extending and expanding good practice already in place. We have introduced the connected learning communities. We draw very much on connected pedagogies. I will give you some links if you want to follow up and read in more detail about our education models. But basically what we are trying to do is to create those hub of activities that bring together existing good practice, existing priority areas in our curriculum, in our research, in our impact work, in the work we do with multiple stakeholders, societal stakeholders, and capitalize on the potential of innovation based on enhancing and adding value to what is already there. This, you can find more on that if you Google, then you will get to our first paper on the model and more information also on the pages of the Alliance. So what's the actual, what is the principle there is that by creating learning communities, we create those structural spaces that interface what we actually want to do into the curriculum with what the priorities of the universities are, the priorities of European university alliances, and the broader policy environment. And what we know is that we have this moment where national and international policymakers are actively and strongly encourage universities to collaborate more and deeper, to revisit our pedagogic offering, to create deeper connections with the region, the nation, the international communities, and so on. So it is an opportunity that we can use everything that we have that works well and to work with the policymakers around us to push for the change that we want to see. So this is what the Utopia communities have as their main features, the main principles. So they're open, we take a challenge-based approach. We want to give students the opportunity to see the disciplinary relevance of their work for addressing problems that are interdisciplinary by nature, and to actually go beyond the sort of binaries of online, offline, disciplinary, interdisciplinary, local, global, but to create those hub of activities that bring together colleagues, students, and non-academic partners offering and working in areas, in the same thematic areas, in the same priority areas, and to really see how we can add value, how we can unlock transnational collaboration to enhance what works. We have a model that is actually based on connected learning, and what we did over the years of the pandemic was to actually start from identifying and creating synergies on this sort of the base level of the pyramid. That was our model in the pilot, and I'm not going to say much about how the model evolved because we don't have the time, but it is, I want to just show you where we started and how we continued building the space that I'm going to introduce in a minute, the learning space that I'm going to introduce in a minute, where we actually wanted to give the students the opportunity to do multilingualism as and while studying multilingualism, because what we often do is to talk about but not to legitimize the doing. And that is fundamentally important to me, and I think to everybody in this room and with us today and beyond. So what we did in the pilot was to actually create the base where we actually did a landscape of what we offer and what we have in common. That was not to clone, that was not to actually open up courses to the students of an alliance, that was not to offer the same course times 10, well 6 back then when we started, and it was not to actually add anything or change anything in the structural regulatory running of our institutions. It was basically to identify where we already have synergies. And that was at a time where the design of the model, when I started thinking learning communities, particularly with my good partner Rosette Sayers, we were actually thinking just before COVID. And then the actual modus operandi was much less blended than online, of course. But then COVID happened, and we all became both digitally mobile and physically immobile overnight. And then creating these opportunities to open up and identify where we have points of connection, where by bringing others who have expertise offering an interest in the same areas in the class, brought an international opportunity immediately without relying on the binaries of the past, which was physical mobility, blended or non-blended, physical or virtual, much more physical, short or long-term, in a kind of much more of a static opposition. And then our model goes from identifying the points where we can share, then to actually open up and build connectedness at the level of the program and then at the level of the university. Think of it as it's just past lunch. It was actually, think of it as creating the space where we can have a potluck dinner, where we put on the table what we have and works well, and we find the best way to combine, to enhance and enrich the experience that we want to give to ourselves and to our students. So this is very briefly, really very briefly, the sort of how shared resources and joint activities emerged. And everybody in this room will know that one of the challenges when we have alliances is to actually make those alliances visible and relevant across the institution. So they often remain very relevant in one part or in one discipline, but it is actually takes very effort and years and a lot of conversation, which I'm sure you have, unless you tell me otherwise, but I see many of you are nodding, that actually to explain, why is that for me? Why shall I engage? What is it in it for me? So what I believe very strongly that we're doing well, and we have the pilot results that actually confirm that, is that by starting with the value-added proposition, where we're actually saying, what is it that we can do together that we cannot do individually or apart? We need to have an answer to this question. And that to me is something that is also a collective responsibility, because we often say transnational collaboration is good. Of course it is, but why? And we can't take this for granted. We actually really need to say, this is actually what this brings to this course, to this class, to this program, and so on. So what you actually have here is how, through this process of building on what is in place, we created a whole a cosmos of opportunity, as we also created a whole range of communities. So our commitment and deliverable was 30 learning communities. I have to confess, in the sort of off the record of the online space, that I was not very sure that we would be able to have 30 learning communities, given that we were in the pre-COVID, and quite a lot of what needed to happen required the flexibility. That is not how our institutions used to work. But COVID, of course, was a catalyst, and that gave us both the learning space and the time and the opportunity to see how important the face-to-face is, and how important the immersion and the physical mobility that we have with Erasmus and the study abroad, but also how much we actually need more to be able to diversify a portfolio of opportunity that we can provide to our students. So now that I gave you a little bit to place it, you will see multilingualism Multilingualism is one of our learning communities and a very important one for the Alliance. And I need to fast track because of time, but if you Google multilingualism and diversity utopia, you will go straight to the page and you will see all the colleagues who have been working over the years together. And what we're doing is what we found, and what we have been doing is to really create a whole portfolio of initiatives, both in connecting and extending the learning and teaching opportunities that our students have to work with peers from other institutions, as well as going beyond the programs and have more the kind of activities that raise awareness on the principles of multilingualism as a condition for an open, inclusive society, which I'm sure we all believe in. Now, what I would like to actually say very briefly is just one of the activities of the community, which was one of the very first ones, was the seed for all sorts of other developments, where we actually found around the table that we asked the students to do some project work around language policy, which is very, very common. Any of you in this room who come from a socio-linguistic or linguistic background would have given your students something that would be in this area to do, for very good reasons. And what we did was to actually, we identified that we did some variants of this assignment, and without changing anything, we didn't change the assignment, the credit load, the time, anything at all, we just gave the exact same wording to the students. So we actually had a community of students who were collecting and working on the same assignment brief for the purpose of their own degree as it was originally. We didn't change anything, because if I ask any of you what it is to make any structural change, everybody would start, oh, in my university. Now, the actual, what I can confirm of the years of doing and working in that space is that we're all the same, we're all heavily regulated, it takes years to make educational change, and that is very much part of why we need the European University Alliances to actually become drivers of change. So we did that, and then we had this community of students who had collected amazing and had carried out amazing pieces of work in different institutions where we don't have mutual intelligibility, as we would say in a sort of but still, we actually wanted to do what we preach, right? So we wanted to bring the students together in a multilingual space. So what we asked them to do was to retain their language of instruction, and I don't want to go into what is language and national languages and so on, because that's also part of how we talk. We've already started talking about language and multilingualism in a very apolitical way, but we know that what is language and which language is an extremely political conversation, right? So what we wanted anyway for that was to give the students the opportunity to be creative in how they can maintain their language of instruction and also present an international audience without translating everything to English or any other language, which meant that we had both Catalan and Swedish, and English and French, and so on. And the students did wonderful work. So they did create materials that would, they identified which information they wanted to disseminate in the language that was the common language in the room, and they also retained and they played both with mutual intelligibility as well as retaining the integrity of the language of instruction. Nobody had any issues following or creating a space that was very creative. Now, are we at the stage where I can say, excellent, let's take that model and extrapolate to 350 students in a completely different discipline? No. But what we have been doing in multilingualism and diversity, and I can say more about a course, or which we call Multidiv, is actually really to legitimize and incentivize the students to carry out original work, becoming each other's ears and eyes. So they create and they collect data in multiple different languages, and they process and they present that in the kind of language of instruction they have. Now, more of that is available. What I want to actually share is why and how I think the learning communities are really very important spaces, because we need to create a stage way to add value, find ways to connect our students and ourselves with our colleagues across the Alliance in ways that would build and would enhance what we already do. Resource is a huge issue. Everybody is very stretched. We cannot talk about pedagogic innovation and creativity without looking into the constraints, the conditions, the frame within which everybody, ourselves and our students who are also very stretched, operate. So to me, if we think pedagogic innovation as disruptive innovation, as let's do something entirely different to what we do, what often happens is that this may remain peripheral to the mainstream of an institution. Well, actually, what I would like is to actually see pathways to multilingual spaces where students can bring their own, all the semiotic resources of meaning. I take a linguistic ecosystem approach for those of you who come from similar backgrounds. And what I'm very interested in is how we empower and we legitimize our students to use the semiotic resources of meaning they have for all parts or as many parts of the learning journey as possible. So bringing multilingualism in and scaling up is actually really where I think we can work together and build everything we know from research and from very good experience we now have. The same, the learning communities can give opportunities both for doing research, for the students to practice, for really opening and capitalizing on what is already in place. But sometimes we had this conversation earlier, it's within one institution, it remains small, but if it is something that we can think how we can join forces, it can open up. And this is something you can find more online about the work of another learning community on text and discourse. And through creating relationships, because what is often the case when we have alliances is that we don't have pre-existing relationships between those who would actually need to work together. So we need to have this space of creating the base of interpersonal relationships as well, to see how we can work together. And the interpersonal is also interprogram. It's not necessarily the individual. It has to do with understanding each other. So this base layer of the pyramid is fundamental. And then through that, we can be much more flexible, creative, and challenge the boundaries. So this is only to say that now what we do is also to create an Utopia semester, where basically we are embedding and we're giving the students involved in our programs the opportunity to take credit and to have short-term mobility, interfacing, of course, with tools we already have through Erasmus and so on. Okay, I'm summing up. What we actually have is an opportunity. I strongly believe in connectedness and connected learning communities as giving us the theoretical, analytical, and methodological tools where we can actually really capitalize on what we actually have in the current environment, which is the work that is happening at the policy level, all the emphasis on transnational collaboration, as well as all the evidence we have from research in terms of how we can actually bring our students, our colleagues, our societal partners together to really enhance practice and create those empowering multilingual spaces that we want to see. One very important part for me, and this is another paper that you can find has just been launched, is how do we actually move promising programming that is coming from the alliances from a periphery to the center. None of what we're discussing today or we have discussed in this event is new. It has been around for decades. What is new now is the environment, the context, the opportunity, as we were saying, but also this need to make sure that what is actually happening in an experiment is supported to become a mainstream. And that is a message that we need to come together, and we will be discussing this later in the afternoon, how we can exchange good practice across the alliances, how we can use networks. And here you have this paper that I'm citing, is published under the Guild of European Research Intensive Universities, where we looked into the experiences of universities through different alliances. So see how you feel that what we're actually saying there may or may not capture the experience you have, and I would be really interested in your reading. And the point this paper is making, continuing from earlier work on reimagining the future of education, is really the need to align the policy tools and the work of policymakers. And it's really important that we have a dialogue with the Commission, which we already have, to continue this very productive dialogue because we're working together, and also with the member states, because what Arnaud said is really the heart of it, that the different stakeholders all need to be around because we have different roles. We need the programming, we need the model. We need to know how we're doing it and what we're doing and how that translates to practice in the classroom. And we also need to think resource and recognition. So I already mentioned this. This is really fundamental. How we recognize the work the students do, and there we have good tools, and we probably won't have time to talk today, but micro-credentials, really important. And how do we actually create resource for the colleagues who actually do the work? And I'm not going to open up the discussion around teaching and learning and research and parity of esteem, that it is fundamental. Because if we actually say, let's imagine a different way to do multilingual pedagogies, but this does not come with the resource, and it is on top the kind of everything that is already happening in our institutions, of course it won't work. We can't create the future of tomorrow with the blocks of today and the sort of the resource and the recognition shrinking. So we also need to think holistically, how do we really create a space where we can move programming to the center and we can support the growth of this? Because otherwise I've been talking about in similar events and similar conversations, talking about these educational fireworks. There have been many attempts in the past that have led to good and promising results, but they fail to move from being a promising start to a mainstream experience for everybody, for ourselves, for our students, for our societies. And we can't afford this because we need a different educational model to be synchronized with the world around us. Okay, I think that was actually great timing because yes, that was the last slide. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much, Jo. I think that your insights have an echo with the group of multilingualism, with the Think and Do Tank. One of the strategies of the Think and Do Tank has been exactly this one, not to bring something new. We don't need to do that because our universities are already resourceful. Of course, the big challenge for us now is where to find this space to work from different places to be visible, and it resumes very well with your last slide, how to go from the periphery, how to move to the center. So it's a big question, and I hope that all together we can, little by little.
To put it forward, and if we actually also go beyond multilingualism being understood very narrowly to actually really creating a space where we empower the user to really create a sort of synergies between all the resources they have in the learning journey, and to go beyond seeing as a multilingual pedagogy having 2 or 3 references on a reference list. This is not multilingual pedagogy. So we need a different model to be synchronized with 2023.
Thank you, Jo. And actually, speaking of sharing practices between different alliances, we are lucky to have with us Theo Marinis. He's professor of multilingualism in the University of Constance in Germany, and he has also been in an alliance, ERUA, and last but not least, he's the lead of the 4U2 subgroup on multilingualism, meaning the forum of the different European alliances of the second wave, meeting all together to discuss, okay, how we can face all these challenges. So Theo, I will just prepare your presentation. Ah, you don't have one. Yes, I remember that. Great. So the floor is yours. Just, yeah.
Great. Thank you very. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like also to congratulate Circle U for organizing this event, and also for creating the recommendations that we will discuss in a minute. As Anna mentioned, I have been chairing the 4U2 group, which is a group of all the university alliances of the second round. So my role in that was to bring everyone together in a common space so that we can see what every alliance does, we can share experiences, and we can learn from each other. So the first thing we did when we started was to create a survey so that we can understand what everyone does and identify, what are the aims. So I'm going to discuss with you what are the main results of that survey so that you have an idea, kind of overall bird's-eye view, what are the different alliances, what have they been doing, what was the plan. Obviously, European universities are multilingual by definition because they come from many different countries and the students and the staff bring several languages as their resources. So they are multilingual or plurilingual to start with. For all university alliance, multilingualism was identified as a priority. And different alliances had different ideas about what the most important aspect was. So one of the questions we had was, for your alliance, what do you think is the most important aspects within plurilingualism and multilingualism? And one of the points that all alliances said was language learning. It's obvious all universities provide already language learning, so the different alliances wanted to build on language learning within the university and then scale it up within the alliance. Promoting linguistic diversity and inclusion was another important point. Embedding language learning in intercultural training courses was another important point. So not just languages, cultures as part of language. Inclusivity within the European university area was another important point. So language, why do we want languages? Because languages bring inclusion of everyone. And another very important point, we're talking about multilingualism, plurilingualism, and internationalization. But quite often, internationalization means everyone speaks in English, like what we're doing right now. And so an important aspect was that internationalization, if we move and actually we speak in English, it's pretty superficial. If we want to have a more deep internationalization, we have to use other languages. We have to bring languages and cultures together. It was a very good example, the European Union, and how languages are being translated so that all the languages are present. The EU has the resources to do that. University alliances don't have the resources to do that. So we need to think, how can we bring the resources we have in order to bring the languages and the cultures together? So these were the kind of priorities of the different universities. When it comes to how do we bring the priorities into practice, one point was organizing language courses, organizing intercultural training. We heard from Elisa organizing intercomprehension training, a very important aspect. But some university alliances are also going into automated captioning of talks so that there is a translation, but this is automated by creating captions and subtitles. Some university alliances are going into using translation tools in order to translate online meetings, translate minutes of meetings, translate different documents. So translation is an important aspect of several of the alliances. Some alliances are also mentioning developing joint programs on multilingualism or on intercultural education. And I think all the alliances have been saying that they're organizing annual meetings. So this is the end of the 3 years, but many alliances had at least one big event every year on languages and multilingualism. And the final activity was communication and dissemination across different communities outside of the universities to bring the local communities as part of the knowledge base. One, in my view, important aspects of multilingualism and plurilingualism in university alliances is developing a language policy. From the university alliances, only 3 universities said that they were developing a language policy. So I think this is something that is going to happen more in the next rounds. So up until now, very few university alliances have started to develop one. In terms of the language courses, most university alliances are doing language courses for students, but fewer are engaging staff. And that's a very important aspect. So staff is very important to be included because the university community is not consisting only of students. The community is students and staff need to develop the language skills as well. When it comes to what language courses have been developed, the majority of the university alliances are doing language courses in the languages of the country, the official languages. There is much less language courses in minority languages, in heritage languages, in regional languages. Of course, all those regional, minority and heritage languages are part of the universities because we have students and staff who speak all those languages. So another step would be at some point to start working more towards those other languages, not just the official languages. And some courses have been regular courses, some university alliances. Other models include summer schools. We saw about language cafes, and some universities are also organizing tandems. So these are all very good formats that university alliances have been using. I'm going to come to the point of communication, because that is another very important aspect. And unfortunately, most of the alliances have been using as a communication language English only. In some university alliances, like Elisa was discussing earlier, the intercomprehension approach is suited, and we probably need more training, all of us, so that we can use intercomprehension strategies across the board. But unfortunately, most of the alliances have been mostly using English, and this is something that needs to be addressed, because otherwise we're not including a very large proportion of our staff and of our students. And for many university alliances, the participation has been small because the language is English. The final point, some university alliances have been doing some surveys in order to map the languages of the university alliance. Interestingly, in the survey that we did for the university alliances, when we asked, do you know what languages your staff and your students speak? None of the alliances responded yes. So this is a very important step that everyone needs to do, because we are saying that we want to promote multilingualism, plurilingualism, we want to promote languages. But if we don't know what is the language of our students and our staff, then it's very difficult to plan ahead and say, okay, we want to prioritize this language or that language. We want to include those specific languages in the curriculum of the university itself or the university alliance. So I think a very important aspect is to conduct some surveys to find out what are the languages of the universities, what are the languages of the alliance. Of course, this is one more step of work that needs to be done. And when we proposed to our university alliance, let's do a survey, we had some kind of barriers because students and staff get so many surveys every year. And if we do just one more, how many people are going to respond? But surveys are also something easy to do when, for example, new cohorts of students start. They usually have to put information about themselves. There can be also one more question. what are the languages you're using and at what level for what skills. So this was an overview of, what, from the perspective of, for EU2, what do we know about the different university alliances in terms of activities, in terms of aims, in terms of communication, language courses, and what we know about our students. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to listening to the recommendation and have a discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you for this overview. I think it's very useful. And we will talk about surveys a lot. And now for me is the most special moment of this afternoon, because I will call my colleagues in the Think and Do Tank, in the Task Force Multilingualism, to approach the stage and to sit here in the first row with the section of Stefan and Anna. And now you will see some members of the task force on multilingualism in the Think and Do Tank during these 3 years of work, during the pilot phase of the project. As I was referring to at the beginning, the work will not end with the pilot phase. We will go on with a new platform with more resources allocated, because the most challenging thing for us was not having those resources specifically allocated. Even though there has been a lot of thinking, there have been surveys, so you will hear about it right now. First of all, to give you an overview of the task force, Stefan, Anna, you would like to present the task force? And yes. You only need to speak close to the micro, and if you stand here, it will be perfect. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you
just let me present you. Stefan Breitbach. He is a professor of English education at Université. And you are also the director of the Teacher School of Education. I am doing it, yeah, that's the name. And he's been a very active member of the task force in multilingualism, but also on sustainable education. And most importantly, you are leading a network of teacher education centers across the Alliance. So thank you for working with us in this multilingualism task force. And standing with Stefan, we have Ana de Medeiros. Ana de Medeiros, she's the director of the Language Academy at King's College London. She's the lead of the Think and Do Tank at King's College, and you've been there for the very beginning of the project. So I'm really thankful for all the work that you have done, and I wanted to tell you this here publicly, and I am very happy that you, both of you, will be there in Circle U on the next phase. So thank you, and the floor is yours.
Anna, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. We will pave the ground, Anna and I, for the coming presentations. So we have just a few slides to give you an idea of the Task Force of Multilingualism, which is again part of the so-called Think and Do Tank. A group of people who were quite unlikely to meet before the creation of Circle U. So here's a bit of our story. The outline of our presentation will touch upon Circle U and its Think and Do tank. We will talk about the Task Force Multilingualism in terms of aims and motivation, main goals, and fields of activity. Circle U, as you may have heard several times before, consists of 9 universities, 119 faculties. We've got over 50,000 staff and nearly 500,000 of students, which is quite a large number, probably similar to other alliances. And as you can see, unlike other alliances who presented themselves as a West-Eastern axis, this spread across the map is more like the North-South parallel. The Think and Do tank is one of 4 main activity areas that the Circle U project defined in the first round. We do have knowledge hubs where colleagues work on specific topics, such as global health, sustainable development, and the third one I can't remember at the moment. It's climate change, of course. We have active fields of activities that circle around student-led activities and sustainable innovation. We have an open school of public governance, and last but not least, which is shown in the bottom right part of the pie chart, the Think and Do tank, which has been tasked to address matters of the future of higher education. The Think and Do tank itself subdivided into 2 sections that called themselves task forces. One on sustainable education, and the other one, which is the group that invited you to this meeting today, is the task force on multilingualism. Why promote multilingualism? We, of course, work within the framework of the policy aims of the European Union, so we also address features and things that have been mentioned earlier today. Promote multilingualism for the purpose of enhancing mobility and internationalization. We would like to contribute to increased employability of individuals, competitiveness of organizations, and economic growth in general. Also encourage interdisciplinary approaches in university practices. And last but not least, looking at soft competencies such as tolerance, openness, and hospitality, such transferable skills as intercultural understanding, critical thinking, and creativity, problem-solving, communication skills, and we also reach for a profound, fostering of democracy, social cohesion, and the recognition of diversity. In particular, we also aim at fostering lesser used languages, which we think is coherent with the promotion of democracy, social cohesion, and recognition of diversity. Anna, it's over to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much to the colleagues here today and for listening to this. The work that we've been doing, it's spanned over 3 years. And it's been very special to work with colleagues and students from all our various universities. One of the first things that we did in the first year was actually to launch a survey and to find out what were the languages spoken by our members of staff and students. And the first difficulty was that the university said we don't keep that data for a variety of reasons. So we had to find questions that would allow us to approach some idea of what the languages and cultures that our universities already held. And really, overall, although there were differences, most universities reported that there were 100+ languages and cultures represented in their student body and staff, which is amazing. You know, it's so rich and diverse. And yet, as we have seen today, often we are really supporting 1 or 2 languages mainly as the main means of communication, as the main means of education. So how do we go beyond that? We don't have the answer yet, but we're certainly working on it. So we really wanted to understand and promote multilingualism as a resource that all our partners could use and our students could use. And I was so glad, to hear the various presentations earlier in this morning that showed that at government level in the EU, these are also the priorities for them. And these are the various fields of activity that we worked on. So divided into academic, engagement, policy, and media. And you can see that in academic, in the first stands, there are quite a few things that we needed to do. Some of them were writing up the work that, the research that we undertake, and then there were results of, papers. But some of it was also very hands-on, so offering online language modules for students across the Alliance. And have to say that we were very happy when we surveyed those students at the end. They all said they would want to do more. And they also said that they benefited greatly from being in classes with students from, often 7 different universities. I don't think we had a class with 9 different universities represented, but we at least managed to get up to 7, and that was excellent. The intercultural labs, the various hubs that were created, etc. And I think for us, this is just the start. It was a pilot phase. And we're very grateful to the European Union, obviously, and the Commission for supporting our work and for allowing us now to create the CU Mill. And we're going to hear more about some of the things that we've done in detail, as well as the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna and Stefan, for this overview. Well, you've been hearing a lot about multilingualism. We should give a place to other language different than English, and yet we are only hearing English, okay? So there has been a notion very important for us in the Think and Do Tank, in the Task Force on Multilingualism, called receptive multilingualism, okay? And it's a way maybe to go beyond this difficult barrier of the lingua franca that we share. To present what this notion is about, Philip Wasserstedt, I'm so sorry, I knew it. I tried to practice at home, but but we can practice later on. Philip coming from University in Berlin, Humboldt-Universität zu Berlin. You are professor at the Department of Slavic and Hungarian Studies, and you are the lead for the Think and Do Tank, and very active in both Task Force, Sustainable Education and Multilingualism, and very eager actually to create a connection between multilingualism and sustainable education. If you mind to go to the spot, to the presentation place, I will just prepare your PowerPoint up. Just, this is the last one? It's the only one, no? Ah, okay, yeah, sorry. You should be able to, yeah, that's right.
Okay. I actually wanted to start this part with a small exercise in multilingualism. Now we have a PDF here, right? So I cannot use the animation, but I can try to do something like this, okay? So giving you a short definition of what multilingualism may be, okay? In several languages, okay, maybe you understand something. Tehát a több nyelvűség, kompetencia. A kompetencia abból áll, hogy tudunk valamit csinálni, és akarunk valamit csinálni. Tehát a tudásról, a készségről és az attitűdökről beszélünk, melyek segítségével több nyelvűen lehet cselekedni. Did you get everything? Was good? Okay, high five. Or try this one. Багатомовність – це компетенція. Компетенції складаються зі знання чогось, уміння щось робити і бажання щось робити. Отже, ми говоримо про знання, навички та ставлення діяти багатомовно. Did you get that? Wow, wonderful. Okay, now in German, it's easier. Mehrsprachigkeit ist eine Kompetenz. Kompetenzen bestehen darin, etwas zu wissen, etwas tun zu können und etwas tun zu wollen. Wir sprechen also über das Wissen, die Fähigkeiten und die Einstellungen, mehrsprachig zu handeln. Now, why am I doing this? I'm actually trying to show you two things. First of all, when we talk about multilingualism and we talk about learning languages, this is not enough. Because I can be multilingual as hell. If nobody understands me, I cannot use this multilingualism. I cannot use this competency at all. But the second part is, you may even not be likely to maybe speak fluently Ukrainian or German or Hungarian, or you may, okay? But nevertheless, you may be able to understand something. Either when I say it, when I spell it, or when you read it, right? You can use methods like intercomprehension and recognize that, let's say, competence is the same word in all three languages, right? So two things. In order to embrace multilingualism, to make multilingualism work, we need to be understood. But on the other hand, understanding is not so difficult. And this is what we talk about when we talk about receptive multilingualism. So receptive multilingualism has, of course, two elements. The receptiveness. When we talk about language competencies, we have usually four modes. So speaking, hearing, writing, and reading. And the receptive part is only listening and reading. And multilingualism always means two different things. So it's individual multilingualism, so the repertoires of an individual, and it's societal multilingualism, that is languages present in an institution, in a country, and those two are quite independent, right? So you can have institutions, countries, which are official multilingual, but the people are not. And you can have multilingual people in monolingual settings. And you may say, okay, if I combine these two, that basically means I look only at the receptive competencies of speakers or of maybe institutions. But that's not really true. If you look in the literature and you check the, or you look at the black wall, okay, and you check the definitions of what we think receptive multilingualism is, then we see something like this. It is actually a mode of interaction. It's multilingual communication where one part of the communication tries to understand. Okay? So it's not about knowing something, it's about doing something. Active understanding. Why is this important? Now, our goal is actually, if we say we want to have multilingual individuals, what we actually want to do is we want them to be able to use that multilingual knowledge, the competencies in multilingual institutions, in multilingual societies. And the basis of this is, as I said, is to be understood. And we have different possibilities to build multilingual or to work with multilingual situations, institutions. We heard a couple of them already today. So we can say, okay, I don't care. You don't need to learn languages. We have translation, right? So we can say everybody speaks his or her own language. You don't have to learn anything. We can say, okay, let's stick to the lingua franca. Let's speak English. And frankly, it's English or speaking English only is often being blamed, but the European Union and our European University Alliance wouldn't be able without us knowing all English, right? So it's very good that we have this lingua franca, not only in Europe, but on the whole globe. Okay. We could also say, on the other hand, okay, let's learn all the languages, right? So everyone speaks all languages. Okay, and these possibilities come with different, well, characteristics. So institution-wise, we can talk about either multilingualism or basically monolingualism. So our university alliances are mostly monolingual English at the moment. We talk about individual linguism, from monolingualism to multilingualism via bilingualism maybe. We have different modes of communication. We can use translation if we all try to speak in our own languages. We can speak in all languages. We can use English only. And this actually relates also to the way we can implement something. So we can try to implement, as the EU does, a translation approach which is very cost expensive. So we cannot do that, but it's possible. English only is very effective, actually. It's a little bit exclusive because not everybody speaks English, but it's very effective. And on the other side, so using all the languages is basically not something that we can do. It's something that I would call multilingualism overkill, right? So you cannot expect people to speak all those languages. On the other hand, using only translation runs actually counter the goal of embracing multilingualism, because you don't need to learn any language and you need to learn any new culture, right, related to that language. And often what we say is often when we use English only, then the goal of multilingualism is actually not really met. So what can we do? We have one great resource. And we talked about resources, right? So we, in the work that we did, we didn't want to understand multilingualism as an obstacle, as something very complicated to achieve, but as something that is already there in many places. So when you say, okay, maybe 1/3 of the population of the EU is monolingual, but 2/3 are multilingual, right? And we just did a nice survey, and Natasha's going to talk about that. And we see that most of all students are actually multilingual. They learned languages at school, they have heritage languages, they have minority languages, whatsoever, but many of them have the capability to use more languages. And what is enough is that this knowledge is receptive. So if I want to be understood when I speak, let's say, Ukrainian, it's enough that you understand it. You don't need to be able to actively use it. And this already allows me to use my multilingual competencies. So receptive multilingualism as a mode of communication steps actually in this schema by allowing multilingualism on both the individual level and the institutional level, by saying that everybody speaks some languages, or everybody speaks some parts of some languages. You don't need to know everything. And that makes it a very adaptive multilingualism, which, however, has to be implemented by or via a good language policy, as I think. What does it take to be able to use this kind of communication, this communication mode? As every competence, we have basically 3 elements. It's knowledge, it's skills, and it's attitude. So knowledge could be something like, and this is only an example, right? So it could be to know about the possibility to use this mode in the first place. It is, of course, connected to knowing a language, right? If you don't know any language, it may be difficult. And it is also important to know what languages are being spoken, right? So it's interesting to hear that many of you understand Ukrainian, right? That's very good. We also need to look at skills. As I said, receptive doesn't mean that you just lay back and do nothing. It is active comprehension. You have to try to understand. And also, receptive multilingualism as a mode must be practiced. That means first and foremost that you have to offer it. You have to say, you know, I don't speak French, but I understand. You can communicate in French, that's okay. Also, we have to change the way we communicate. We have to be open to reflection, to questions, to misunderstandings, and so on. That means we have to work a lot on attitudes. And as I said, we actually would assume that the knowledge and the skills are mostly already there. We said it's a hidden resource, so it should be there somehow. But the attitude is problematic. We have a lot of biases. We have standard language bias. We have the bias of knowing a language means that you have to speak it perfectly, so it's a maximalist attitude. We also spoke about dialects, for example, right? So we have to accept that language can be a lot of things, right? It can be active, it can be receptive, it can be dialect, it can be different registers, genres, and so on. And everything is good for communication, but it also means that we have to allow for semi-communication at some point, maybe. And everyone who learns languages knows that at some point, if you really want to start to speak the language, you need to allow for semi-communication, where you maybe don't really understand everything. You have to ask twice. And I think that in multilingual institutions, we also have to go through this step to say, okay, we allow for semi-communication at some point, maybe not every time. And what is highlighted in the literature, we have to also develop language awareness. The awareness how languages are related, how similar they are, how intercomprehension can work. This is not a given. But we also have to work on the governance level. I'm going to do that quickly. I think we have to institutionalize this mode of communication, but also other modes of communication. We have to enable it by actually downscaling the area of communication, the meaning of the word language, also the meaning of the word lingua franca. There is not only one lingua franca, you have lingua franca, or you can have a lingua franca in different fields, and it can change from situation to situation, from group to group. We have to promote it. We can, for example, introduce lingua receptiva, which is highlighted in the literature. So we can say in our University Alliance, we have these lingua receptiva, and in our survey we saw nicely that there are a couple of candidates spoken and known by many students in different universities, which you could use to find a common place to speak. But at the end, what we also have to have in mind, of course, this is only one way. Right? This is only one way, one mode of communication. We, of course, have to find the balance between speaking only in one language, or speaking in all languages, or speaking only in English, right? And, for example, language skills, we don't want people to rest on their receptive language skills. We also, of course, want them to develop their active language skills. So receptive multilingualism is not a solution per se for everything, but it's one possibility that we can introduce into our everyday life through a language policy to make multilingualism possible with the existing resources that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe, for explaining so well the notion of receptive multilingualism. I think it's the rationale behind the mission ambition of the task force on multilingualism, and something that will need to be there for the years coming. Time is running fast. I'm very, very happy to have here today Natasha Hankovic, coming from Belgrade. She's English teacher at the Department of Teacher Education. She has been there from the very beginning of the project, very, very, very active member in the task force of multilingualism. And she has been leading the implementation, well, the design, the implementation, and the analysis of the survey that we implemented across the 9 universities, targeting the whole community of students, all disciplines and all levels concerning multilingualism, language education. So now, Natasha, the floor is yours to explain to us this wonderful experience and challenging. Thank you. You just need to use the micro. Yeah.
Merci, Anna. Bonjour. Guten Tag. Buongiorno. Buenas tardes, Juno Potkiman. Dobri djen, dobar dan. Moje ime je Nataša Janković, dolazim sa Univerziteta u Beogradu, konkretno sa Fakulteta za obrazovanje učitelja i vaspitača u Beogradu. But my presentation will be in our lingua franca, in English, to make things easier for you. All right, so as Anna has said, we have done very extensive research. Before I say something about it in concrete, while the world is deciding what to show, I will just refer very briefly to what Philip Wasserscheid has just said to us and say that I'm very grateful for him sharing with us this concept of receptive multilingualism, because this is something I've been experiencing lately quite a lot, and I've been doing an effort to implement it. These days I've been practicing a little bit of my Spanish, now a bit of French, so forgive me if it is totally ungrammatical. But I think that is a wonderful experience, and trying to transform receptive multilingualism into proactive and active multilingualism is maybe just one of those little blocks, building blocks that Philip spoke about. But I think it is a great experience for all of us. And this research was partly directed in the same way. So I would just start by saying very briefly that it was such an extensive study that I don't know what was harder about it, designing it, because the process took us longer than a year to get the final form of and the list of questions, or analyzing the results because there was a lot of data to analyze, or whether it is just squeezing all the data into this short presentation. But I need to say the full report is available on CircleU's website, so all the details that I will be just tackling upon today can be found there. So if you're interested, you can check the details over there. So very briefly, as has been mentioned already, this multilingualism task force that we started as decided to do the mapping of multilingualism in our alliance, and the model which served this purpose was another study which was done in Serbia a few years ago. So we decided to do similar research on the level of our alliance, and it consisted of two phases, as you can see. The first one being named How Languages and Cultures Travel, which included academic staff, where we tried to map the situation with our languages and nationalities included, and it was led by Ana de Medeiros and her colleagues from King's College. The conclusions which we reached, I will just tackle upon them very briefly. Phase 2 was addressing students and hearing their voices and what they have to say, because we consider that if our work package is called Shaping the Future of Higher Education in the Changing World, it should definitely ask students for their opinions. This is their future. So this survey was called Students Have a Say, CircleU Survey on Multilingualism. As you can see, the report was written, primarily led, initiated, and written by the three of us from University of Belgrade who participate in this project, but Philip Wasserscheid also, thank you, gave very great contribution in cross-referencing certain data that we had in this research. So in the first phase of implementation, How Languages and Cultures Travel, as the name of this phase of the project says, we really insisted on trying to discover how many languages are spoken at our universities, how familiar students and staff are with these things, and what is on offer to them within our alliance. So what we concluded from this phase, first of all, is that there are common grounds for all of us and also differences between our universities. The common grounds was actually the fact that we are all quite multinational in terms of our student body, as Anna mentioned earlier, and that there are also a lot of nationalities present among the teaching staff, although not everybody really was familiar with such data, so it is something that should probably be much more worked on. Another thing that has been mentioned today already is, as you can see in this slide, that English mostly represents the language in which many people at many universities communicate, and if there are some additional courses held in other languages, it is very often English, but not necessarily just English. Obviously, there is much more ground for developing other courses in other languages as well. This survey was also important in terms of culture, so all these nationalities that are included, but we also concluded that there are differences in how our faculties operate. So practically some are focused on majors and minors as their courses. Some others are split into different faculties with rather strictly separated curricula. Some of them, for example, have language centers where everything is somehow centralized. Some other faculties have various languages included in their basic curricula. So all the details, as I said, can be found in this report. And then the second phase of our work included this student survey, which, as you can see, consisted, finally, after all the work invested, in 8 groups of questions, some of them larger, some smaller, but even if it looks just like one question or 2, it means that, that there were a lot of multiple choices within such questions. I will refer briefly to the most important of these categories. So what we focused on was students' experience with using languages, their opinions about languages, the value they attribute the value they attribute to knowing foreign languages, the ways they like to learn them, what motivates them or what they see as obstacles to learning languages, and finally, if they were willing to cooperate more with us. So, all in all, the full responses were received from 1,882 students. I must say, luckily, there were even many more who started completing the survey. Sadly, they gave up halfway through, most probably because it was a longish survey. It contained 54 questions with multiple options in between. And I truly believe that if nowadays they read our report, a lot of them might be sorry to have given up completing it because of all the results we have gained. You can see the demographic data here, basically, so I will not go into details, but what might be most interesting for us is the list of languages that is mentioned here. These are the native languages of the speakers, of the students who participated in this survey. So the first group of them being the most largely represented, and then the rest of the languages in alphabetical order also present among our students who participated. One of the main conclusions in our survey was that, sadly, languages seem to lose ground as the level of education moves up. So in primary education, as you can see, a lot of students have 2 foreign languages. A lot of them have 2 foreign languages, and sadly, at university level, this is how much the number of those who have 2 foreign languages drops. Then, contrary to that, of course, the number of languages, if it is one foreign language that they're learning, when I say modern or foreign, this was the phrase we were using there, so they will most probably, you will understand what we mean. Then, of course, at university level, there are many more students who have just 1 foreign language. Those who have more than 2 foreign languages, sadly, don't exist in primary education, and as you can see, the figures are quite low for high school education and university level, and those who learn 0 foreign or modern languages is quite low in primary and secondary education, but alas, 22%, 767 of our students learn no foreign language at all during their university education, and that is a very sad fact. If you have a look at the list of languages offered here, the overall number of speakers per language, of course, most of them reported English because this is one of the most widely spoken languages in schools. But then, as you can see, other languages are such a great potential for our students as well. So when we move on to the following slide, this refers us back to what Philip mentioned a few minutes ago. This is the cross-reference data that we did. And I just put it all together here, but these are practically the most widely spoken languages in Europe in general. Additional languages here that are also mentioned by all students, and we wanted to check how many of our students, of our entire student body, actually speak several languages. So you can see in the charts that it is quite an exciting image of practically multilingual students. If we consider their native languages plus the foreign languages that they have learned or learn or speak, it is really a great potential for our multilingualism purposes and causes. And it is good to say that 5 of all these languages mentioned here are already the languages of Circle U, so quite a lot of potential for us to build upon. And then something more specific, which is very important for us. Students were asked also how much they value their own knowledge of languages and what they think about that. So they, of course, consider that speaking languages actively is very important, that they also appreciate their own passive language knowledge. And as you can see, so many of them, actually, more than a half, consider that they can speak 2 or more than 2 languages actively, but also as many, or actually even more, can use other languages passively, another high potential for us to build upon. And we asked them, and they said that they all expect us, well, most of them expect us to provide some kind of certification for their language knowledge. They expect our universities to do that, rather than allow them to go out of university and pay for these certificates in some other ways. And here, once again, graphically, you can see the drop of the use of languages from high school level to university level, which also tells us how great potential we have to build on and how much we can improve our work on languages. And this is practically what we found is mostly used in our curricula, but students definitely have expressed their wish to learn more of these languages, either as their obligatory courses or as additional courses, extracurricular courses, while they are still at university. So I would just go back for a moment to show you the list of languages, because some of you here have spoken about these today, and so you can see many more languages than those most widely spoken are also included here, and this was listed according to the preferences of students here. The next slide, which is very important for us, especially us who are working in the area of applied linguistics, is that students would like to learn languages for general purposes, which means everyday communication. And once again, please note that it is much more than a half of them who believe that they need a lot of languages, or actually 2 or more than 2 languages of general purposes that they would like to learn. And also extremely important for future professionals in any area, and this is what we educate them for at university, more than a half of them also would like to learn very well modern or foreign languages for specific or professional purposes. We have been talking today about economists, lawyers, engineers, etc., and university is the place where we should train them for this, right? Not allow them to try and train themselves for it somewhere else or through business only. The next thing that was important for us was to see how many of them would appreciate this or that additional language. Of course, when you sum it all up, it doesn't come up to 1,800 plus, but this is because students were expressing various wishes. They wanted more languages to learn than just one additional language. So this is the list of their preferences as we have ordered it here. You can just have a look at it. Of course, there were some of them who had no opinion or maybe didn't want any additional languages, but luckily they were just few. But there were other languages in the list, of course, as well. So you can just see their preferences here. And if we move on, in the third part of our survey, opinions about language learning, what they think about the knowledge of language in general, pre-university education, in their opinion, should include, as you can see, at least 2, 65% said 2, or even more than 2 languages. So this is what they think should be done in pre-university education, which means primary and high schools as well. And when it comes to university education, probably because they already have a lot of workload and might be afraid of additional courses, a lot of them said like this, but still, as you can see, it's 50-50. Students do wish to learn 2 or more than 2 languages during their university studies as well. So when they were asked how many languages they think people should be able to use actively today in the modern world, as you can see, the vast majority thinks that it should be 2 or more than 2 languages. We are now talking about general global population. We're not just talking about university students. Their attitudes towards knowing foreign languages, as you can see, most students agree that knowing languages can help us in various issues. For example, to avoid misunderstandings in the social, cultural, religious, professional, and political spheres. It can also help us be more resilient in times of crisis. We have all experienced it recently. Or to prevent polarization and violent extremism. We know it happens in the world. To identify fake news, disinformation, hate speech. Sarah was also talking about empathy, which is necessary, and cooperation rather than hate speech or hate action. Sadly, we have been experiencing quite a lot recently, still are. Then they also think that languages can help us be more innovative, which is very important for their futures, that it can help them be successful in businesses and industries. And Theodoros was talking about that, which is also very important. It can help them and support them in achieving international agreements and in the political sphere, and also for European Union. It is very important to have professionals who are able to use various languages for these purposes. Which brings us back to languages for specific purposes again, doesn't it? All right, how do students like to learn languages? Of course, they agree that face-to-face is the best way, but they also accept blended forms of learning. Nowadays, it is kind of a must. So how do they like learning online? They like consulting virtual materials on their own, or following live courses or modules, webinars and so on, or both things. Just some of them say that they simply don't like online learning, but when you ask them if they use machine translation or other software, they quite, as you can see, quite a lot of them, actually the vast majority, really do rely on such resources in their learning. The best ways for them to learn languages are, as you can see here, the way they were actually presented. Of course, typically of young generations through some kind of, let's say, internet or video contents. Then also personal relationships, music, broadcast, podcasts, radio, etc., books, magazines, language learning apps, and so on and so forth, as you can see in the slide here. What motivates them most, graphically very well presented here, if you look at actually this way from the last one to the top one, personal growth, development as a human being. The one which I'm really quite fond of. It was not interest, it was not business, it was not going to other countries. It was personal growth as a person. So I think that is really a crucial thing. So you can see, or you cannot really see all the others. From time to time you can. So work opportunities, intellectual enrichment, and so on. And I think there is no need for me to read through the whole list. But what prevents them from learning languages, sadly, a lot of them say that they're too busy. So obviously, timetable clashes and quite a lot of obligations that they already have at universities is what prevents them from learning languages, but also some other things like maybe financial issues. I'll get back for a moment to one of the first slides when we said some universities offer languages through language centers. Some universities charge these services. And these were some of the comments. For example, students wish these courses were cheaper than they are. Some universities just have languages included in their curricula or don't have them included in their curricula, so students said that actually these timetable clashes prevented them from participating in other courses as well. And finally, a lot of them were quite responsive in terms of further participation in our surveys. They provided email addresses, 164 of them provided some personal comments, mostly positive. The ones that were negative can be considered lessons learned for us, like, okay, make shorter surveys, but as Theo, I think, mentioned, we should actually just try and implement these questions somewhere, somehow, so that we get feedback from them. Definitely what they all agree upon is that there should be more language courses offered at our universities, that there should be more languages offered within courses, whether curricular or extracurricular. They also appreciate alternative ways of learning languages, like tandem projects, networking, language families, cafes, and so on and so forth. But as we spoke about their future careers, and obviously they are quite mature and know what the world is about to bring to them once they leave university, they need more languages for specific purposes. They insist on more research work. they would also appreciate being recognized through ECTS credits or being offered some services at more affordable prices. And they also pointed out that native languages should be cherished more, and ethnic languages also. We spoke about minorities today as well. Finally, these are some of their comments. Maybe I should not talk about them much more. If you just have a look at them, you will see what young people, mature people think today about languages. I will finish by just reading aloud, voicing the last one. The more languages you speak, the more cultures and people you come into contact with, the richer you become. So students know what we know. We should just all turn it into practice. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Hvala na pažnji.
Thank you, Natasha, for sharing the results of the survey. We are running late, so I propose you to take the break now, okay? We come back 5 minutes before 5, please, because we will start at 5 sharp. And during this break, you know, the technical problems that we have with the screen will be fixed, so it will be much better for all of us, okay? And we go on after 20 minutes, 30 minutes maximum, okay? Let's take a break. Ça va? Ouais. Ça va, ouais. ils vont... Okay, I will ask you to take a seat and we will continue the conference. I just got an information that I wanted to share with you. We have more than 100 people seeing the conference online. Okay, so yeah, it's quite amazing. Okay. Not to put the pressure on you, Dominique, but I think this is good news for us. So Dominique François, il est directeur du Centre des langues vivantes à l'Université catholique de Louvain. Et he's the lead for the task force on multilingualism in Louvain. You, Dominique, are a key person in this transition phase because Université catholique de Louvain will be the one leading the work on multilingualism from the 1st of November during 2030. Okay? And Dominique will shed some light on this, the configuration of this new platform called the CU-MIL, and he will also talk about a network that has been built across different language centers in the Alliance. Okay? Dominique, the floor is yours.
Merci Anna, et bonjour à toutes et bonjour à tous, et évidemment j'espère que les personnes en ligne ont profité comme nous d'une petite pause café pour revenir, as fresh as daisies we say in English, okay? So I'm going to switch into English, I'm afraid, but so I could do it in Dutch or in French. My mother used to speak Luxembourgish as well, right? So these are minority languages. So it's a pleasure to be here, I must say, on behalf of my colleagues, but also and mainly on behalf of the Language Center Network. And so I'm kind of new in Circle U anyway, because I mean it dates back to almost 1 year ago when we met and we realized that we are many people doing the same job and facing the same problems and issues. And so we said if it could be one of the best side effects of the alliance, and Theo, you mentioned, okay, so what we could do thanks to those alliance we can't do without is certainly meet people who do the same job, face the same problems, and it could be that in the room there is somebody who has a solution to my problem, okay, and so that's definitely one of the key things we need to learn and capitalize on in those alliances in the future. Don't panic, okay? But so I'm going to talk about the future. I think it's really a good time to look back first. And so thank you, Anna, and thank you, Paris, for organizing this event, which is a very good summary of what has been done so far. And I found it really interesting as well to invite people from other alliances who could tell us about the problems they had, how they struggled, how they managed to cope with those very complex boats to navigate. I mean, so it's really complex and demanding to group big universities like ours in such a big alliance like Circle U, right? If you're familiar with European projects, okay, you won't panic when you see this, okay, so it's typically, the typical presentation of the way we are going to try and get organized, okay? I don't know if you can read, but so the CU-MIL is here somewhere. So I'm going to talk about the way what we used to call the task force multilingualism is transformed into something new, which is a platform. And this is a great opportunity, of course, to have something dedicated to language learning, multilingualism, and multiculturalism, okay? So we are going to be part of the open campus, right? So it's a big campus with a newly appointed dean. And what are the aims of the CU-MIL, right? I'm going to talk about the CU-MIL. I'm talking about on behalf of the Language Center Network. We actually met this morning because we wanted, so in the meantime, we managed to identify colleagues who work as academics right in the field, but also as language center directors, language teachers, etc. So we are building up a network of people who have the same passion for those topics, and so this is really, really great. So it's growing every time, okay? And so we might, at the end of the day, be something like 20, 25 around the table talking about the same passion for language, for those topics and for interculturality, yeah? The objectives of the CU-MIL will be to support the development of a multilingual, plurilingual, and intercultural environment within Circle U and beyond. Okay, nothing new under the sun, but so it's very, very important to have such a mission. And in terms of visibility, it's we hope is going to make a difference. Is going to change, right? As we said, so UC Louvain will be the lead, but not only. I mean, so we also and mainly collaborate with other language center institutes, and so we will definitely rely on a group of chairs, right? So some of them have already been appointed, but it's still in progress. Okay, another typical, you know, European projects presentation. Okay, but you see, so the MIL will be part of the work package number 2, which aims at increasing mobility and international exposure for all. Okay, so we aim at offering students opportunities, but not only students, but staff members as well, diverse, innovative learning, international experience, cultural knowledge exchange, and language training. Okay. So you see that the work package is at the crossroad of many other work packages in the new bids. Okay, so the MIL, right? So it will be made of academic experts, I mentioned, right? So and that's something we discussed this morning. Okay, so we will certainly distinguish between learning languages, right, and not only the big fives, or I would say also the big ones, but also the lesser spoken languages are very important, but also develop new skills in multilingualism, new skills in intercultural experiences, and these two are connected, okay? This is certainly a challenge for the future. Now that is very, very easy, and so we have more powerful tools to have things translated, and I'm really sure that there should exist an application today that could dub what I'm saying now in any language with my lips, you know, probably you might have seen that in the news, right? But it won't, I mean, it will probably do the job perfectly, but it doesn't mean that I will really make an impact. So the culture and the way you communicate and the way you can connect with people and know the other and his culture and his mentality, etc., is really something we need to focus on. And so we need, I mean, students, people need professionals and teachers to help them, you know, be world citizens or European citizens, and in all aspects of that, okay? The MIL will focus on language courses, right? But also, and mainly, so that's something we mentioned before, but so we would like also to offer students informal learning opportunities. So we mentioned tandems, for example, okay? So that's definitely something we can work on in the future. So to share knowledge, skills, attitudes for all students, regardless of their participation in mobility opportunities. So this is a big challenge, of course. So how we can help students embody, experience the new, I mean, the European projects without traveling. We know that more and more students face problems, financial problems. So what we used to do, go on Erasmus, etc., is getting problematic for some students because of money, right? So that's certainly a challenge we need to keep in mind. Okay, something Stefan and Anna mentioned, okay, but so this is a more detailed presentation of some of the goals of the MIL for the coming years, right, years to go. So this is where we are going, and so this morning we met together because so from the goals and intentions we would like to move them, I mean, get into action as quick as possible, to promote collaboration, to act as a network for exchange, to share language learning and intercultural education resources, etc., etc. Okay, it should be innovative, and so I'm really happy to announce that so we will closely collaborate with another platform, which is the Cité, who is also to be led by UC Louvain, And so this is the teaching and innovation platform. Okay, so there you see what I mean. So in terms of new ways of learning, so we need to work closely together, and will do. And to finish, right, so again, so these are the main deliverables, okay? So I would say the main goals. It's not that detailed, and so that's probably something we worked on this morning as well, is lesson learned from the first phase. So of course it's important to be pragmatic, to get into action as quick as possible. But so first and foremost, we need to set up the mill. So this should be done by month 6. Okay, so it's very soon, starting 1st of November. The platform aims at sharing offers and expertise. That's something I already mentioned. Also working on joint offers, and so some people mentioned the existence of the French hub, so there might be new hubs, new language hubs to facilitate the sharing of experiences and informal language learning within Circle U. And last but not least, and so that's something we already discussed, so it's apparently time to write our own language policy for Circle U, which seems to be a complex thing, okay, Theo, you mentioned, okay, so I'm really happy to see that some other alliances have already started, tackled the problem of and this challenge at the level, okay. Last but not least, so if you are familiar with the mission statement of Circle U, so there is one page which is "We are Circle U," and so we also think that we should gradually be able to say we are the CU Mill, okay, we are that platform, and so it's a question of visibility, it's a question of impact as well. Who are we? So we have a lead, so the academic director has already been appointed from UC Louvain, who is a colleague of mine in the Faculty of Arts. Then we are really happy to have a project management team ready to start, okay, a bit earlier than expected, but so it's really great. And so we are gradually getting confirmation from different universities regarding the chairs, the academic chairs, so it's still in progress. And last but not least, so we have a very nice language center network, so colleagues, and so we said that we're still looking for other colleagues who would like to join, because we want people to be really involved at different levels, be they academic, be they language teachers, directors, but also we mentioned the admin staff. Okay, so there are people that need to, we want to live the experience of multilingualism as well. Okay, and I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Right, merci.
Thank you so much, Dominique, for talking about what is coming next in the very, very, how to say, I was about to say soon future. You see how soon, but you see how it's completely incorrect, but you understood, right? It's the future which is very, very close in time. So now I wanted to present the recommendations of the Think and Do Tank, of the Task Force on Multilingualism, but I will skip that part because we are running late and because it will be redundant, especially because those recommendations will be discussed in the round table. So you will get what these recommendations are about, and also to let you know that there will be published at the end of this month, beginning of November, so you will be able to read them. Okay, and those recommendations will be the base for the language policy of the alliance that Louvain will coordinate. All right. So having said that, the time has come for the roundtable. I will ask Alia Morgenstern from Université Sorbonne Nouvelle. She's professor of linguistics, vice president Europe, and also president of the research ethics on research committee. I'm very happy that you have accepted the invitation. And I will also ask our panelists to come down. You already meet 3 of them, Theo Marinis, Elisa Corino, Joan Guri. Also Ana de Medeiros will represent our task force. You can sit down here in the chairs.
Should I go there to change the slides?
Yes, you can do that. Yeah. And we have also another panelist that we haven't met yet, Nathalie Kubler. She's from Université Cité, specialized on corpus linguistics. And she has also been engaged in the task force on multilingualism, so I'm very happy that you accepted the invitation. You can sit in the chairs and grab a micro, each of you, so that you can jump into the conversation when you feel. Yeah, sit. Yeah. Aliyah. Yeah, no.
Oh,
yeah.
it works. Okay,
it works.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
And I will just help you with presentation up. And I can stay here if you prefer and manage the PowerPoint.
Oh yeah,
if you feel more comfortable, yeah,
okay.
Let's do that.
It's just that I have all my.
Actually, I have this, so I will be. Yeah.
So I'm very happy to be here with you and very glad to meet all those distinguished colleagues and discover so much about all the work that you have done in your respective European alliances. So the roundtable will be a little bit shorter than what had been planned. So we had planned 11 key issues that we wanted to talk about with 5 panelists in 90 minutes. So we're going to maybe focus on 5 to 8 key issues, but we'll show you all the issues that were planned just for you to have an idea of the different topics. And so the first, I'll just change that.
I am there. Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. This was supposed to be the schedule. You see that we're very much on time. You can skip to the to the next one, to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. So we decided to introduce this panel with a kind of caricatural paradox, the fact that language is the greatest treasure, according to at least linguists. Language is the greatest treasure of our humanity, and its multicolored, multicultural diversity is reflected in the diversity of languages used on our planet that are unfortunately decreasing. This diversity is decreasing and the number of languages is decreasing. However, there is a Babelian paradox. This diversity could be viewed as preventing intercultural exchanges. In the end of the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century, English has become a beautiful, rich, convenient, useful, efficient tool for communication, at least at the European level, and is widely used in European universities, as we've said all afternoon. It is the language we have been using this afternoon, our lingua franca, but the use of English could lead to academic monolingualism and could be destructive for linguistic, scientific, and cultural diversity. Besides, another issue is that native English speakers have a great advantage in our academic world, but they are, in general, except for a lot of exceptions in this room, the least multilingual population. So I wanted each panelist to just give their own perspective on this first issue. So we could start with you.
Thank you. I guess a very personal reflection on this is my working life basically is managed in English. I work in a university in London, but I don't think I go a single day without speaking French, which is the language that I was, trained to teach in, and I love being here in France as well. But my mother tongue was Portuguese, and so when I speak to my family, I speak in Portuguese. And going back to what Sarah said, I think we've all experienced that we have slightly different personalities, slightly different understandings of the world around us when we are speaking in a different language. But I think going back to what Philip was trying to say, and this idea that we should not expect our students or each other to speak perfectly another language, because sometimes that intimidates people. And actually, there's so much already, even when we're speaking English or any other language, that's borrowed from other languages, other dialects. And we should cherish that and actually nourish it as much as possible. So I don't believe even that, I know we've talked about a monolingual England. I think when we deep a little bit deeper, it isn't monolingual, because English already is a construct of lots of different languages and cultures. So on an everyday basis, people who speak English are referencing, whether they know it or not, other languages and cultures. And I think it's our role, in a sense, to look positively at the richness of language, not undermining the fact that there are dangers if you only speak one language, but actually try and see how even monolingual speakers are benefiting from being in an intercultural society.
Thank you very much, Anna. Leo, your perspective?
Well, my perspective is that English can be a threat, but it depends how we manage it. I also liked Philip's table, showing from the different types of monolingualism, bilingualism, and multilingualism. And of course, I don't think that we expect that everyone will be able to use or comprehend all languages. That's completely impossible. But we can find a middle way. I'm coming from a university where we have English-speaking programs in a university in Germany, and we have students who are coming from many different other countries, and the lingua franca is English. They do this program, but they don't learn German, although there is an opportunity because they live in Germany. So we have to make an effort so that people can develop languages furthermore, so that they can have more opportunities. I liked in the recommendations of Circle U, there was one sentence saying that multilingualism is not a state, but an action. So I think this is very important to keep in our minds, that we have to make an action in order to keep the languages and enrich us with the languages that are around us.
Thank you very much. But all around the world, we do have French high schools in which French is not even used for teaching anymore, and it's English. So there's a lot of work to do and to go in that direction, just like for you in Germany. Elisa.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to Theo's point. What we also have in our university programs are fully taught in English, and people do not really learn Italian. They might have like 6-year course in medicine and never speak a word of Italian. Point is, what I think it's good to have some policy, language policy, to make a point and convince or just explain the students the importance of speaking more than one language, of learning the language of the place where they live, because these students really do not need another language, and they do not want. Some of them are curious, some of them do want to expand their scope, but some others don't. So it's important also in the policy of the university to support this curiosity, this kind of openness to languages. Just a small thing.
Give some sex appeal to those other languages.
But because it's something that has to be done. I mean, I cannot really, as a linguist, understand how you can live in a place for years and just know how you can say bread or milk without having a proper conversation with the people. So it's kind of, yeah.
Nathalie?
Yeah, we have the same experience here at Paris Cité, of course, but with students from abroad who follow syllabuses in English and never learn any other word of French. Well, any other than une baguette, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, pain au chocolat or chocolatine in the south of France. Anyway, what I would like to do here
is to give a perspective on multilingualism and academia. Scholarly communication, which is, as Alia said, usually completely in English. If you want to be read, if you want to be recognized, you have to publish in English. International collaborations are in English. I was the promoter of a European project several years ago with 10 partners in all Europe, and we would communicate in English, even though some of us spoke other languages, some of the languages of the partners. So it was really a bit strange. So that's one point. And the other point I would like to talk about is generative AI and neural machine translation, because I think that these new tools can be of help to promote multilingualism, language learning, and multilingual communication among people.
We'll come back to that. Yes, thank you, Nathalie. Joe?
Thank you. I think there are a number of different hidden paradoxes in the paradox, and that you've actually sort of raised. And I want to come from a perspective that connects with everything we heard, which is we talk about all those paradoxes in a very apolitical way, as if we're talking about language existing in some form of vacuum. But what we do know is that languages are linguistically equal, but socially unequal. And we know that what forms a variety that would be called a language at national level is very much of a process that is associated with historical power asymmetries, negotiations, and so on. So we have a very complex landscape, and languages, of course, coexist. I do believe in understanding the linguistic ecosystem as an approach to understand how we can actually empower the users, particularly our students, which is what my interest is here today, to actually legitimize and to make full use of their resources. But there we have a very big paradox, which is that on one hand, we have the celebration of multilingualism along the lines of what we're discussing. At the same time, that is happening from a very monolingual mindset. So we actually superimpose a monolingual view on a multilingual world, which again connects very much with the fact that none of what I'm saying is apolitical. None of this exists in a vacuum. And the other part, of course, is that multilingualism is very negatively stigmatized. So if we look into the other who does not speak the language of the host community, looking into migration, looking into how the particular visual and other public images that are associated with those who speak or not speak sort of languages of a majority, all those create a mosaic, which is very important, and feed into attitudes towards language, capital L. So, and of course, when the other paradox is also when we take a positive take, we commodify language in relation to an economic value, while of course we in the room and on this panel, we know how much more is involved in it. So I think the paradox for us, which is sort of hides many other sort of systems into it, is how can we actually make sure that we are committed to a multilingual society? I believe it is a need, multilingual society is a need for the citizens of the future to be able to address the complexity of the world around us. But a multilingual society is a society that is committed to equality, social justice, and so on. And we know that this is not always where the world is going. So the question for us and the opportunity is how can we use those spaces and how we can use European university alliances to really become the conduits, the spaces and the mechanisms towards multilingual societies.
Thank you so much, Joe. In terms of multilingual society, none of you this afternoon has really talked about what I work on, which is multilingual child development. And I really think that as European universities, we have to also find ways to inject the necessity for children to be multilingual before they become students. And so that's another issue to work on. Okay, so question number two, issue number two, why do European University Alliances need a language policy, and how do we do that? How do we build it? How do we write it together? So we had Elisa for this one.
Well, what Circle U did, I think, is the first step. What we are doing now is a second step, maybe, okay? So there's a proposal we are talking about, and what Joe said is really important. So we really have to act on a higher level to push, to enhance this multilingual policy at a different level, because we already know it. We already acted in our classes, when we train teachers, everywhere. But then the reality is different. So I think this is really the place where different alliances can meet and discuss and say, okay, this is what we are going to do, and we are doing this together. And this is, I think, the way. We have to not just after tomorrow, we really have to reach out to each other and still work together.
So, Joe, what's your take on this? And do we really need a language? What is a language policy in the first place? Is it the 10 commandments of multilingualism, or is it something else?
How long do you have? So,
it's you who has a train to catch.
No, that's true, actually. You're safe. You're safe. I have to catch my flight back home. So, why do we need a language policy? Well, we have an opportunity, really, here. And we need a language policy that, oops, sorry, that's fine. Oh, sorry, I forgot. So a language policy is very important, both symbolically, in terms of formalizing commitment, and also very important practically, because any policy that is useful would come with an operational plan, an implementation plan, which should be a roadmap. So a language policy should be part of a framework and an intervention for change. We cannot bring this level of change without having a roadmap, a part of which would be what we do, joining up, building our sort of building the base, the evidence base, and all the tools we have, because it's not easy, right? And it's not the first time we've been talking about it.
But is the language policy going to be constraining? Is it going to be coercive, or is it going to be suggestions?
So the language policy, the way we do it and we develop it in Utopia, which is very much part of what we need is to create all those recommendations, is very much of balancing all the good work that has been happening and all the good initiatives on the sort of the grassroots with all the strategic priorities, opportunities we have in the policy environments and strategic direction. Some of you in this room must have heard that before, but not that many, so I'll repeat it. I don't like the metaphor of bottom-up and top-down, particularly because it tends to be associated with senior leadership being the top and students and sort of the work of other stakeholders being the bottom. I think there is something, that metaphor, that is, well, it's good intention, but to me, I prefer thinking about multiple centers and peripheries of practice. And I think that's very much where a language policy and the kind of associated planning mechanisms are very important, because it gives us ways to think of centers and peripheries and alignment between those.
May I add something? And having documents that state our position towards that, this is the way where we solve the paradox, maybe. I mean, it's one of the ways. There is a paradox. Academia is monolingual. Okay, we are stating on paper that we don't want to be monolingual anymore. If I write a paper, this is personal experience. I wrote a paper on corpus linguistics in teaching, data-driven learning. in Romance languages, in English, and had examples in French and Italian. I was asked to translate the examples. It's kind of a book on data-driven learning in Romance languages. I shouldn't have had to translate languages, even if the paper is written in English, because the examples are Romance languages. But the policy is also to...
You?
I agree with everything that was said. Just to add one more point, that the language policy gives the opportunity to the University Alliance to reflect, to do the self-reflection and to look into what we're doing and what do we want to do in the future. If we don't do the language policy, we may not get to that stage to actually crystallize where do we want to go in the future. That is one point. The other point in terms of, is it prescriptive? How much flexibility should it have? I think it has to have a lot of flexibility, because universities are, every university is slightly different, every department has a different culture, so we can't really say from now onwards this is going to be what's going to happen in the future. It has to be give a lot of flexibility, and at the same time I think there has to be, one thing is the language policy, the other thing is the implementation plan. And the implementation plan has to be something that is a living document, and today we can say we will implement this. Next year we may change it and we say this didn't work, then we're going to do something else, or the condition changed and then we're going to do something else. And so the implementation plan is something to be debated, and that can be changing all the time.
So what you mean is that the use of your language policy is dynamic, can dynamically inform how you're going to implement the language policy. So the practices are going to inform and be dynamically change the language policy itself.
Exactly. And then the language policy, for example, in terms of teaching and learning, can say the language of instruction of the class should depend on the learning outcomes. This is very basic. If the learning outcomes is that the students for that specific class should learn X languages, then that's going to be the curriculum. And then we don't really need to specify in the language policy which languages, how many languages, in which fields. That could be the learning outcomes or the program description.
Okay, so the next issue, we decided not to spend time on it because we have so many issues to tackle, but just for you to know that it's, oh no, this one, yes, sorry, this one we are spending time. So how can we promote language learning in our universities and in the alliances, and how do we recognize value other languages if we cannot include that many language courses in the curricula? Okay, so for this one we had Joe and Elisa.
Okay, I will be very, very brief. I think there are a number of ways to, we need to think how we incentivize and how we legitimize, and we need to articulate the value added. And that's something that we need to do more of. I believe very much, of course, in the learning communities model. I've seen it working, and I've seen how we can create spaces where we empower our students to bring all the languages they have as a formal part of their learning and part of their assessment. Because unless there is an alignment between the use and how that's part of the learning journey, then it remains peripheral, and then we know that different languages will be used and others will be silenced and so on. And then there is another parallel, a very important piece of work in terms of how we can support the provision, the language provision itself. But I think what I'm very interested in is also all the exciting programming we have where we create across subjects, even when it's not something with language, name of language, name of variety that we call language, or and that it is a multilingual space where the students see the relevance and see and connect their learning to the multiple varieties that they actually have and bring. And I think learning communities have done something and have opened a way also for other programming that can take the model. And of course, there is also other model in the micro-programming that can actually give us very useful learnings there. Now, this is very important because we know resource is an issue. We know that, I've already spoken about the monolingual mindset. We already know the societal attitude towards languages. I'm sure everybody in this room finds it absolutely heartbreaking when we see departments of modern languages closing, when we actually see this as a global trend. We need to think pragmatically how we can offer solutions. We need to think how we can make sure that we don't lose access to modern languages so that they don't become something available only to the few, because we worked very hard collectively as a sector to make sure that academia is not for the few. So that, to me, is where I think we need to see the parallel piece, but also where we have innovative programming that can actually bring languages much more. We need to actually bring much more the multilingual university into the sort of the center. Multilingualism as part of the curiosity, part of the learning, part of showing why the end, the sort of reaching the outcomes is better. It's more connected. The students get more in terms of the academic, professional, social development once they have the space and the incentive to bring all their languages into the learning process.
Thank you. And Elisa, you already showed us how you created a Romance language space.
Yeah, well, basically what she said. Well, two more things. Yes, we created this Romance space, but what I think has to be highlighted is the personal linguistic biography of students, because they are not aware of it. There's sometimes, if you ask them, what languages do you speak? They say, okay, the languages they have learned at school. But then you discover that they know, at least passively maybe, to understand a dialect, another language in another, and they're not aware of that. And second thing is that it's too late when they come to university, maybe, because they spend a life at school focusing on one or two languages at most, and they are bilingual or trilingual, and they just tend to just put it aside because it's not integrated somewhere. And then they come to university and we say, oh, you should have, you can speak all the languages you know, and oh, you forgot about that, you shouldn't have, but the school told them to do.
Because it's not a question of awareness, it's a question of valuing their own roots and their own practices.
The whole system should be, beforehand, before university, teachers should be trained to plurilingual approaches, plural approaches.
Valuing them even if they cannot use them themselves. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, next issue. This is the one we decided not to focus too much on because we have already talked about it, but just for you to know that it's part of the framework that all the European universities are working on. And now let's go to 5. We do want to talk a little bit about research, and Natalie will start with her perspective on the impact of the multilingualism paradox on academic research.
Yeah. Well, we all know that the language of science today is English. In international conferences, international collaborations, and when we publish papers, it's always
more valued
to publish them in English. So we all know that we have to publish or perish, because if we don't publish, nobody knows what we are doing. And I'd like to give you 2 points to illustrate this. A research conducted by 2 American researchers studied the percentage of citations in articles published in bilingual journals in Korea, France, Japan, and Argentina in the field of natural sciences. So that could be a way of promoting multilingualism in research, to have bilingual or even there is a journal, a French journal, which is called La Revue Internationale de Linguistique Appliquée, which allows French, English, Italian, German, and maybe Spanish, if I'm right. So this could be a solution, but the result of the study showed that articles in English are cited more than articles published in other languages. So even in bilingual or multilingual journals, people tend to forget about articles published in other languages. So the famous publish or perish should be completed, as you know. Publish in English.
Publish or perish, it's be cited or perish, because a lot of people publish a lot and are never cited, so that's also a problem.
So publish in English or perish, and I have an example of how you can perish. This is the story of a French researcher called Boris Schubert, who was a specialist in earth science. And in 1935, he published a groundbreaking article regarding continental drift, before plate tectonics, which appeared in the 1970s. And he published this paper in French, in a French journal, and went completely unnoticed by the international research community, and was never acknowledged. In 1965, his findings were rediscovered by an American researcher who published in English in an English-speaking journal, and was then acknowledged. So you can really perish if you don't publish in English. And so there are many more examples about that, but I want to move on to the next point. So on one hand, you have publish in English or perish. But then, on the other hand, we know that studies in the field of academic English studies show that modes of argumentation differ depending on the language and culture. This is maybe not new for all of you. And these different modes of argumentation are reflected in the English of non-native speakers. Two British researchers studied the remarks of reviewers who reject articles in the evaluation process of English language journals, and they found that linguistic problems do not necessarily relate to syntax or lexicon, but much more to issues of argumentation. And I'm going to give you an example of the remarks that those peer reviewers can make. There are formulations that, in my view, are a little bit over the top and too pretentious. Maybe it's not the language, but it's just too Latin for the Northwestern European. But this may be due to the fact that in English scientific papers, argumentation requires that we use a lot of hedging devices, such as tentative conclusion, or these results may indicate, and so on. Whereas in French scientific papers, researchers don't use as much hedging devices. So when French scientists write in English, they don't use enough hedging devices, and they may sound arrogant. Whereas when English speakers write papers in French or communicate in French, they use too many hedging devices and they sound hesitant. So it's really due to cultural differences which are linked to the language. So science in English is more difficult for non-native speakers because it implies hours of learning and studying how to write and argue in scientific English, or the cost of translation or revision of the article that you've written in English and so on. But also the fact that we have to publish in English, that everybody has to publish in English, well, there's a risk of losing professionally marked registers, specialized registers in other languages. And some researchers say that when a culture starts to lose its genres, it begins to die. Well,
thank you.
That's a bit, I'm going to finish, that's a bit excessive, but too much standardization may counteract innovation and creative thought by forcing the mind to standard forms. So that's why we have to fight for multilingualism for for academia.
Multicolored.
Yeah.
So Theo also had some remarks on this.
Yeah, I have 2 points. Publishing in English also relates to the evaluation of the work, but also evaluation of the individual researcher who is applying to get promoted, evaluation of the department and the university, because there are metrics that are being used, and the metrics are impact factors, number of citations, and so on and so forth. Now, these are all quantitative evaluations, and maybe many of you in the room and online are aware of the COARA initiative of the European Union that is there to develop a new system for evaluation of research based on qualitative rather than quantitative data. Within the COARA, there is also a working group working on multilingualism, trying to think ways how to evaluate work that is not published in English, it's published in other languages. How can this be valued? And I hope that in the years to come, there's going to be an answer. I don't think this is an easy thing, but that's an important point for all of us to see what is going to be the outcome of that COARA initiative. In my view, I think we have to push the publishers, especially the publishers of the journals that have the high impact factor and the important ones, to publish also at a minimum an abstract in another language, or also the articles in other languages online, because now everything is online, so the cost is the cost of translation.
So that's a perfect transition to the next issue, not this one, which we have already talked about, but number 7, using machine translation, automatic interpretation, and other IT tools, recruiting specialists to transmit and teach those skills. So that's that could be linked to having multilingual papers, and if they're online, it should be possible. Nathalie?
Yes, thank you. The transition is perfect. So yeah, I think that neural machine translation and more recently generative AI are on their way to support multilingualism. Of course, it's necessary, it's not only necessary to have articles in other language to keep specialized registers in a variety of language and the diversity in science. It's also very useful for the dissemination of science, because even though English is the language of science, not everybody understands scientific papers in English. Not everybody knows English, even in research. And machine translation could be a solution to better disseminate science, because nowadays you can automatically translate a paper in a variety of languages. Of course, this has to be supported for less frequently used languages which don't have enough data today to train machine translation systems. But this is a solution, in fact.
Does it really work do you all agree that this could work for all fields, all scientific fields? Would you all be comfortable I don't know, if you read your paper in a language that you understand, would you be comfortable with the result that the machine would give? Like if I write a paper in English or in French, am I going to be comfortable with the outcome in Italian? Do I want people to read the Italian outcome of the paper I wrote in English?
That's what we have to work on. I'm in a national research agency project, in which we are working on training machine translation systems in earth science, natural language processing, and medicine.
Okay, but you're not doing philosophy. And you're not doing
no, but you know, as long as we can collect data, and I think it will be possible in the future to collect more and more data in a variety of languages, then you can train systems. So, of course, it will never be perfect. I mean, artificial intelligence is not intelligent. It's just a machine, okay? But still, I think it's possible, and machine translation research is making great progress in this field of disciplinary specialization. And also, it's possible to automatically translate your article, but also to translate your abstract and then post-edit it. A lot of scholars do that. And there are more and more people who are not professional translators who use machine translation, and it's necessary to develop what my colleague Lynn Bowker from the University of Ottawa calls machine translation literacy, which is to help users and to help scholars learn how to use MT critically in order to maximize its effectiveness. This includes deciding whether MT is the right tool for a job, evaluating whether information is too sensitive to paste into a free online tool, learning how to write in a translation-friendly way, recognizing common and not so common machine translation errors, and learning how to fix them. So I'd say that it's necessary to develop generative AI literacy, things like ChatGPT, Google Clouds, and other. We must teach students and scholars how to use these tools. And there has already been a lot of research into the quality of ChatGPT's translation or the way in which it can correct faulty text. But generative AI is fantastic, but not perfect. So there is a need for teaching how to use these tools and for researching how to improve them.
And so this also is a very good transition to the next question, but a larger one. What are the opportunities to conduct research on multilingualism in your alliances and across alliances as well? Maybe Anna, do you have?
I mean, the opportunities are there for us to make them. And even just to go back to the work that Natalie was talking about, we could do research on the results of AI translation. Translation, whether it's done by a machine or by a human being, is an interpretation of an existing text, which then creates a different text. So would two translators translate a text the same way? No. Would an AI translate the text in the same way? No. So we could study what are the differences that are there. I think the work that we do in all the alliances is based on research, and that has to be at the core of what we do. And so we, in our alliance in Circle U, often the research that we're doing is led by colleagues who already have interest in this area, and the Alliance allows us to expand by bringing us in contact with other colleagues with similar interests and facilitating. I think that's what I think the Alliance does. It facilitates the research. because we have a ready-made network. And ideally, I would hope that working between alliances would expand those networks and facilitate the research even further.
Maybe Joe's take on that, the person who has the chair on multilingualism and who already was world famous for multilingualism. What did Alliance elicit trigger for your own research and the research of your collaborators?
So I think I obviously second everything, and thank you for the very, very generous sort of framing of what I do. I think what to me is really the opportunity, and what the alliances can supercharge is, of course, the connections and deepening and strengthening pre-existing links, creating links where they're not there, supporting earlier career colleagues to actually form networks, push really very much about the way we commodify the knowledge production in the forms that Theo was actually talking earlier in relation to promotion and so on. I don't want to open those because each of those is a subject for a week-long conference, but I already mentioned about resource and recognition. This is not a side issue, this is fundamental. So, and unless this is an equal part of the conversation, that it will actually continue being an elephant in the room. To me, what is really an opportunity in terms of the research is actually the translation of this research for its impact potential, for implementation, for working with societal partners, for really pushing for the change. Because there is excellent research. All of us and colleagues have been doing absolutely fantastic and brilliant pieces. The actual how much we manage to translate this to actually take it out to wider public is really where I think we need a different model. We need a different pattern. We're not socialized to talk to wider publics. I'm sure we have all experienced the very uncomfortable position where an academic is asked a question, not an adversarial one, and the answer is a very heavily mitigated across different language varieties of it depends, it's complex, well maybe, I have which is because things are indeed complex. But having said that, we all are very much confident in taking positions. We do that when we write, but we do it in our own language because there is another language here, right, which we all use, which is the academic language. There's a genre we write. And for many years, dissemination has been, here are my papers, read them. And that's really not good enough. And I believe, and I take my share of responsibility as part of academia, and I think we all have, of a need to really think, as we see how much expertise is challenged and we actually see the changes around us and we see how much noise is coming through the various channels and media, to actually really think how we ourselves talk to a wider public, how we socialize our students. And I'm not only talking about PhD students, I'm talking from the first year undergraduate students. So this is really where I think the alliances can make a huge difference. And the point that you were making is very, very significant in that the relationship between the learner and the learning process is changing and has been changing for decades. All universities, and the University of Warwick, we're doing a lot of work on AI, and there are a number of projects that will give us quite a lot of very good insights very soon. What I wanted to share is some work that we've been doing with a colleague and a group of students who were recording their experiences of using ChatGPT. And what we actually found was what a whole range of uses, well beyond the sort of the narrowly framed plagiarism, which is one part. And the other, I had very interesting conversations with students who were saying, you know that it has been around for a long time, right? And that is very important. That is really very important, because obviously students who participate in those teams and so on are self-selected, but there is a very important part of a message of how synchronized are we? Do we want to be? Do we need to be? with all the tools and the realities that students bring when they come to the university. And you already mentioned about how many things are crystallized by the time they come with us. So everything involves the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? So in a sense, the tool is how we use the tool, and intelligence is not human intelligence, obviously. There is a risk, the flip risk, that everything is translated, machine translated to English or other dominant languages. We really need the power of transnational educational collaboration to lead those debates and to be able to actually see how we can implement a different model. I keep coming back to this. We need a different relationship with policymakers, with international policymakers, member states, other universities, networks, broadly put, the industry. We just really, and that's not when we finish a research project and we take it out there. It's basically how we actually see the role of the university in the ecosystem. And it needs to be the university for the future. Because if we train for the needs of today, if we train for today, we train for yesterday. But at the same time, that doesn't mean throw the baby with the bathwater, because it's not the first time that change has happened in human history. And universities are very good, and there are many things that we do well, including providing the safe space for empowering the students, giving them time to try, take a risk, sort of mature in their thinking, and be ready to actually address whatever would be the kind of societal order that we will all be part of. So I think this is where I see, and we can be doing research on all of those, but what I would really like us to not miss the opportunity is to say there is all this fantastic work in research, in education. We have been doing amazing work. How can we capitalize? How can we do the translation piece? This is the thing that I feel we can do more of, and we need to challenge each other and say, yes, we know, between us, we know. We are all the converted in this room, right? We know. So we talk to each other, we nod, it's a very safe space, we're entirely aligned. How can we actually take some of this out where we haven't really managed to do the translation piece for pockets of our societies around us?
So a multilingual alliance, a multilingual university to impregnate our society, the environments around us and the society around us with multilingualism as well. And to also make society aware of its own multilingualism, just like you said about the students. Theo, maybe?
Maybe to add to the last point that Joe was saying, that, how do we bring to the society outcomes of research? In recent years, there have been a lot of good examples, and one example is from a European project that I was leading and finished last year. So we created, for every outcome, we created a policy report that was geared towards a specific group that was relevant. So we had results that were relevant for schools, teachers, and educators. We looked what are the results that are relevant, and we wrote a document that was written in a language that is going to be relevant for them. Then we translated that in many languages, and then we sent it to them. Same thing for speech and language pathologists. What are the results that are relevant for them? So thinking not just the research outcomes for the research itself, what does that say to the society, and then write separate documents that is going to be for the specific people and invite them for them to listen and send it to them. I think this is the way forward in order to communicate with them.
So before we tackle the last issue or the last two issues, is there anyone in the room who wants to contribute or ask questions or contribute to the discussion on either using machine translation, using the research that we do in the Alliance on multilingualism, and how do the alliances trigger more research, or any other issue that we talked about just before? Yes?
Thank you very much. Yes, I was just listening to you all and thinking how much I've enjoyed today all the discussion around new ways of encouraging people to speak other languages which are not as draconian as perhaps they used to be, so soft reception of languages. And I was thinking of the notion of intercomprehension, I think Theo mentioned the need that we actually need to know what languages are being spoken. We need to do a survey to know who is in our university and what the languages are. And receptive multilingualism.
To this toolkit, there was also something else that struck me, was the fact that not to expect the production to be perfect, yes, which is something that is not French at all, because we always want everything to be perfect.
Yes, no, and it's true. That's one thing that happens all the time. As you know, Alia, we come across this idea that you cannot open your mouth in France unless you have this perfect sort of BBC English, which is ridiculous. But anyway, so to encourage that idea, and also I love this idea of a linguistic biography of each student, because the reason I'm saying all this is because I think that one thing we must remember is that the control of languages in history has been very violent, and that people can be ashamed of their languages. I think I discussed with several of you this idea that they don't consider they're bilingual, for example, if one of the languages is not European. So there's a very heavy ideological...
The prestigious languages as opposed to the non-prestigious languages.
Yes, exactly. And also, I'm just to remind ourselves of how languages were imposed during the rising nationalism of the 19th century. In France, for example, the Breton they would try to stamp it out in schools. And I know an old lady in Brittany who said if she spoke Breton at school, she would be slapped. So there was a corporal, a corporal feeling of the importance of the superior language and the badness of the bad way of speaking your own family language. And so my point was this, and I was just wondering if you think it could work, is to make kind of like linguistic communities, or encourage. I mean, obviously you've got to get students who are really active and want to speak their language. So find out how many people are speaking Wolof, or how many people are speaking any language in our universities, to get a kind of communities where people can come and speak, others can hear them speak, because people are fascinated to hear other people's languages. And it's not classes, c'est pas des cours de langue.
So you mean informal practices? So throughout the alliances, you do develop informal practices, language cafes and all of that, but most of the time it's in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, but not in Wolof. And so why not encourage the creation of those language cafes or language connections, outings between students in a language?
And just to valorize people who've probably not been, their own language is
Turkish.
Not valorized, yes.
But can I just say, that's really central, and these hierarchies still exist. So we said that languages are linguistically equal, but sociopolitically unequal. And we have the silenced languages everywhere around us. So we need to have, and this is where you have the need for the policy and the implementation, absolutely, to have this inclusive approach to a linguistic ecosystem, which will enable us to start addressing the gap, which is everywhere. We don't need to go that back. If we see what are the dominant languages in the societies where our universities are, and what are the education languages, we will actually start seeing big gaps there. And the question is how we can create safe spaces for the speakers of the languages to come together and so on. And at the same time, we need to think how we can empower that user, where actually there would be an incentivized and legitimate use of the language for the dominant practice, which is what's happening in the classroom. So if a multilingual approach, which is a need and an opportunity, to me needs to come with a holistic and critical commitment, and it's a commitment to inclusion. So it can't be something that happens in the extracurricular space only. It has to be something that happens in the class, in the co-curricular space and the extracurricular space, where there is visibility, and then there is the value added is articulated. And this is really important because we socialize ourselves and the students through the whole of the education system. Since they go to preschool, they're socialized to be result-driven, and they're socialized in the hierarchies. So there is a deep contradiction when they come to us age 18 and we say, oh, well, no, you don't get any credit, but surely you love knowledge, right? After about 18 years where we say, what counts for a mark, you have to pass exams, you have to do X and Y, you can do this to go to this school and this to not go to other school. So they come having been socialized in a society where use is commodified and comes with a reward or lack of. This is assets. We're talking about the Bourdieusian assets. So in order to actually give voice to these silenced groups we work with, we need to think how we actually incentivize, how we actually create spaces where there is the value added is visible to them and to others. And that's how we actually can then make good use of all the other spaces, the co-curricular, extracurricular, the cafes, and so on.
And I think this has to start earlier, before they come to university. It has to start with the families. Yeah. So we need to work with families so that they understand the value of the languages they bring with them, and talk to the teachers, because still there are some teachers and some schools that don't allow children to use other languages rather than the language of the school. And so this needs to change, otherwise we come with these hierarchies. And then, of course, at the university we can make a change, but it's going to be even better if the change happens even
So you can tell the European Commission to fund my project on multilingual dinners, family dinners. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on that actually, because the very title of our meeting today is European Universities as Actors in Multilingualism, which in its origin actually meant exactly that. So I think universities have two roles in society. On the one hand, they are an institution which should become somehow a multilingual institution, but in effect we are also a place where people come, they have an education, they have a history before, they have families, and they leave the university, be it as former students, be it as former staff. And then they're not only becoming teachers, but they become citizens, neighbors, employees, parents, right? And when we try to combine the two topics, multilingualism and sustainability, then it became actually clear that multilingualism must be understood in a very sustainable way. That is, actually students and staff should leave the university knowing how to learn languages through the whole life, maintain languages, how to have a positive attitude toward multilingualism, how to spread this news, so that we can, as an educational institution, over time shape the attitudes and the behavior towards languages, towards multilingualism, towards silenced languages, and so on. So this is hidden in the very title of our meeting today.
Thank you, that's beautiful.
May I add something? I completely agree with you all, and I think a language policy is important also for that. We are the converted, as you said. We have to convert our colleagues too. I mean, it's not just us that we can do the job. Our colleagues from chemistry, from biology, from medicine, they have to like embrace this kind of view, you know. I was telling you, some of you in the break, I have a colleague, she's a biologist, and she holds her meetings with her PhD students in English. Even if they are just Italian people. Of course, you have to train them in English because they will have to do it in an English environment, but still, it's unnatural first, and then you don't foster plurilingual education in that way. So also our fellow colleagues should be taught how to deal with this. And the language policy is for that, provided that they know there is a language policy.
But I do think that we also have, we were saying that we should not be coercive and not have too many, constraints and not see those as laws or as commandments. And so maybe there are certain groups in which it's fruitful and rich to use English, even if everybody is Italian, and other groups for whom it's much better to use Swedish if they're all Swedish, because for the way they're going to use their work and the way it's going to resonate. Yeah. So there could be different practices according to the community.
We have to avoid English at all. English is welcome, more than welcome. It's a lingua franca. Of course, it's useful. But then we have to decide sometimes that we leave it apart sometimes.
Nathalie?
I just want to make a remark about specialized registers, because in science, well, in France, but in most countries, now science is done in English and published in English. And when people have to coin a new term because there is a new concept, most of the time, even if they're not native speakers of English, they coin it in English.
And sell it. To be able to market it and sell it. Yeah.
No, that's completely right. Well, we could have another discussion about promotion in science, but anyway, marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah. Okay, but the problem is that, of course, you coin a term in English because you want the whole world to recognize the concept you've made. But then you have to teach at university, or you have to discuss with your students, your colleagues. So you need to find an equivalent in your home language, if I may say so. And for example, in France, there's a policy in which France tries to suggest equivalents for new terms. And well, this is what I'm doing in my teaching and my research. I teach students to find equivalents in French when they have an English term, for example. And if they don't find an equivalent, I teach them how to coin an equivalent in French. And I think part of the language policy of the Alliance should also be to promote finding new equivalents, or keeping registers in all the languages, and not just borrowing the English term, because that's what's happened in the beginning. And if we don't try and find something that uses the material of Italian or Danish or Swedish or whatever, then the English term may stay there, and well, and in the end we will speak a mixture, which is not really clear for students in the first year of university, for example.
Okay, thank you. Now, where is Anna? Could you just turn to the next issue, which is like a kind of concluding issue, the importance. No, not this one. Yeah, because I took them out. Yeah, the exchange of good practices among alliances. This is what we're trying to do already today. But any other ideas of why, who, how, when, where to do that? Maybe Anna?
I think we'll all have examples, and it's a continuous process. But I guess sometimes maybe I'd just like to take a little bit of time to talk about exchanging bad practices. We need to learn from the things that don't work.
That's an excellent point.
And so that we don't make the same mistake twice. As Joe was saying earlier, some of the topics we've been talking about them for many, many years. So we need to make sure that we're at a point where we can move on to the solutions rather than just continuing to talk about the issues.
And so what other types of formats than what was organized today could be promoted for this exchange of bad and good practices?
Academics are shaping the citizens of the world of the future, as Philip was just saying, that go on to have an impact in pretty much every profession that we have. But we also need to take responsibility for shaping our own profession. You know, and when we're talking about, oh, the publisher makes me translate everything into English, we need to push back. The publishers don't exist unless we publish with them. And many times we are not just sending in a journal article, many times we're editing volumes. We're writing a whole monograph ourselves. And so we need little by little, I think, to push back and to work with the other institutions that interact with academia to allow us to express what we think is best, because we are the experts in the field, and we need to do that in little ways, but little by little getting there.
Yeah, if I just add on that, and I will need to leave very soon, unfortunately, but I think that's a very important point where this is something for all of us who are in a position to be able to do it, because those who need to go through the gate of securing a first job or to actually have a paper that would be the difference between a 0-hour contract and a permanent contract and so on. We and I speak, and I'm sure a number of my colleagues who are in senior positions would be very comfortable as senior academics and as full chairs and tenured or whatever is the nomenclature. We sit on boards, we sit on strategic panels, we sit on research councils. This is where those conversations need to take place. And then we also need to think, when we edit or we commission work, how we do this in ways that would provide a way forward. Because we need to work on multiple levels. It is very different how one can or should push back when they need that paper compared to someone who actually, again, performance is commodified and reviewed and so on, and that's in many sectors. So we actually also need to think together, and that's something, again, which goes with the resource and recognition that I said from the start. And this is where alliances can make a difference, because we can actually really join the voice and work with the Commission and work with member states and work. We actually really need to think how we can make a pragmatic contribution and intervention on that.
So Theo is a representative of Alliance of Alliances, and maybe you have ideas on what we could do.
Well, this is another channel, the 4EU1 and 4EU2 communities, where people can exchange good practice, bad practice, learn from each other. But of course, then that has to trickle down to the other members of the Alliance. So this is a meeting point where people can meet once a semester, exchange, and then that's the people who are there will have to trickle down the information to the rest of the members of the Alliance.
Okay, so in the last 2-3 minutes that we have, could you just each give your takeaway message from this panel and this half day? What is really the highlight for you, or the takeaway message, the high point that you would like to stress? So, Joe?
Thank you. And I appreciate that, so that I can actually jump. So, there is a lot of good practice. I really don't like the idea that we finish and say, oh my God, doom and gloom, right? So there is a lot of good practice. Multilingualism is a need, is an opportunity to address the problems we're facing. No language, no discipline, no border. In order to be able to address them, we need to have ways to go beyond disciplines, beyond languages, beyond borders. We have a moment. We have a lot of commitment and interest, and we actually can really build on all the good work and experience we have. In order to achieve this, we need to return to multilingual pedagogics, to take a holistic and critical approach, We need to have the policy. We need to have the models. And also we need to have the commitment to inclusion and inclusive education. And alliances are working on all those areas. We really need to bring it together, and I'm certain we can do it. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of the
Thank you for coming, Jo. Thank you, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm looking forward to continuing this work. Thank you.
Nathalie?
Well, I think there's a risk for generative AI to become the universal translator, as in Star Trek. I don't know if you've seen this. Okay, and because it's easier, you know, to have everything machine translated or machine interpreted or machine subtitled than putting money and time into promoting multilingualism. And also there's a kind of amazement with artificial intelligence. So I think one of our missions would be to move beyond this amazement and to help students, scholars, and maybe policymakers to move beyond this amazement and to use AI as a tool, like another tool, and to experiment with it in interdisciplinary projects, you know, with linguists, applied linguists, computer scientists, sociologists, and not sociologists. So, yeah.
If you're interested in the ethics of that, on December 8th, in your university, actually, we're organizing the conference of the Federation of Ethics Committee, of French Ethics Committee, and the title of the conference is Ethics from Aristotle to ChatGPT. So, so if you're interested, I'll send you the promotion. It's in French, though. It's in French. Elisa?
Yeah. So if I had to find a word for today's, let's say, roundtable, but also the talks before, and would be also wish, it's collaboration. So we are all aligned here on multilingualism. It's not that we said anything that we don't agree upon. I think we all agree, and I think that it would be nice to exploit some places, like for you to 1 and 2, shared common ground and common, say, places, virtual places. What we did here to create kind of transnational, trans-alliance collaboration, okay, so that we can mutually use ourselves in doing more projects maybe within the alliances or Erasmus Plus or anything that can spread out this kind of culture of multilingualism, because it's kind of a culture that has to be promoted in a way with all the different ways we have. And this is basically what we can take home. So connections and links, people.
Thank you.
I'll take again the sentence from the recommendations that multilingualism is action, and there is a lot of action that is happening in the alliances, and we have to continue to do this. And I will link that to the idea of multilingualism and sustainability, because this is going to be a way to bring those ideas forward and spread them into the society, so that, you know, we don't have to do it the same thing again and again and again, but then eventually our students and the families are going to be the agents of change, so that the society is going to be more equal, inclusive, and multilingual.
Thank you. Anna? Just very quickly, and just picking up on 2 things. I think all of us would agree that when Philip spoke in Ukrainian, Russian, and German, there was a palpable excitement in the room. People enjoyed it. Languages can be really fun and enjoyable and bring something extra to everything that we do. And then when we look at the statistics that Natasha presented, the students want to learn the languages. We're not knocking on a locked door. So I think it's really for us to continue to find ways to ensure that we do what our students want us to do, which is to enable them to live in a multilingual world and comprehend a multilingual world and be global citizens. And I think these alliances are also a way, and the focus on multilingualism that there is in the alliances, that the governments have found to express their desire for us to find solutions to enable the students and us to live in a creative world where the richness of the various cultures and languages feeds into everything that we do.
And it just resonated in me with a beautiful paper that Eleanor Ox, who's an anthropolinguist, has written, and the title is Experiencing Language. So I would say that what I have learned today is that our responsibility as academics and universities is to make sure that the whole of society experiences multilingualism, not only inside a room, inside a box, but everywhere, and that it permeates the whole of society. So I think that there are a lot of echoes in everything you've all said. Thank you very much for your participation. I am sorry we did not have more time for the room, but we got excellent comments, and I hope we will all continue discussing, debating together, and nourishing each other's practices in multilingualism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aliyah, and all the panelists for this inspiring roundtable. I will close this conference very, very soon. Don't be afraid. I just wanted to say that they have actually read the recommendations of the task force. Okay, they read them. They have the time to reflect on them. They discussed among them beforehand, before the conference. So what you have seen is really the result of some work that has been done. It's a lot of motivation, and this is a good sign. This encourages for the future. And you too, you will be able to read the recommendations in a form of a policy paper, okay, at the end of this month, beginning of November. And it's not a final document, you know, as Dominique has also mentioned. There will be a language policy that will start to be built very soon, but we want to have your feedback of all of you, okay, so you can read these recommendations. And as Dominique has shared his email address with all of you, that means that you can contact him or me or wherever address, Charlotte, you are start to. But you have the email addresses in the website of Circle U. There is a newsletter, so you can contact us, any university, and just share your thoughts with us. That is really important. Having said that, I think that we can close the conference, and thank you for the people online seeing us. For us, it's the time to drink something, eat something, and leave the room. Thank you.